Welcome back, True Seeker. Episode 2 of News by the Numbers. Again, we're starting a couple new podcasts. This is one of them. And yes, it is true. I still need to get the first broadcast uploaded in podcast form, but we will get them out there. So much to keep up with in recent times. Anyhow, tonight's show's really going to be about helping people see the big picture. I've been teaching about this subject that we're going to get into again for over a decade, and I always get the same exact questions because this topic that I teach about is foreign to almost everyone, even though it's very simple and elementary to understand. Just if you're new here and you're watching this and having questions, understand I've written 2 books, and in the first book, it'll probably answer every question you have. The second book, that's probably also true of. And in each video, I try to answer the questions that will commonly come across people's minds. But again, this thing that we teach about, it's something that everybody needs to know about, because if everyone in America knew what we've been teaching here on this channel for the last decade, they wouldn't be fooled for 1 second by, say, what just happened this week in Baltimore with the supposed accident that took out the bridge that now has Biden asking the taxpayers in the Congress to, foot a multi-billion-dollar bill to rebuild the bridge in the port. Again, the point of this knowledge is to understand the games that are played with our lives. My last book is called Number Games, and it's about exactly that. Why the government works by a numerical code every single day to literally deceive the populace for the sake of their own control and benefit. And again, you got to look into what Washington, D.C. is about before we even get into tonight's topic. Something I'm going to show you in a moment is that what's going on right now in Baltimore, it looks like it was planned at least as far back as 1936. If that sounds absurd to you, we're going to get to why it's not absurd. And I think if you think it sounds absurd right now, in a few minutes, you're going to come around to exactly what I'm saying. That yes, this does look like it was planned from at least 1936. But what people need to understand is Washington, D.C., well, even before Washington, D.C., back at the founding of this country, if you look into the founders, the vast majority of them were a member of a particular secret society, and that's Freemasonry. Other members were parts of other secret societies. Several of the founders were worried about another secret society that was very powerful in Europe and what they might do in America, the Jesuits. Anyhow, the majority of the founders were Freemasons, and that's why Washington, D.C. is known as the Masonic City, and it's no secret that George Washington was a Freemason. But again, the Masons etched something on their temple. All is number. The quote comes from Pythagoras. Freemasonry is based in Kabbalah. Kabbalah has several teachings. In one of its core texts, the Book of Formation, the opening paragraph says, God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. And again, what we teach about is Gematria, the practice of coding numbers into words. When you learn this practice, you see how perfect the rituals are that unfold day after day by our federal government. In this example of the bridge collapse, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, known as the Key Bridge, the ritual is just so undeniable. And again, there's a method to the madness. It's called order out of chaos. Our government creates problems, and then they come and propose a solution. And that solution, for all of the 21st century, has resulted in less rights and liberties for American people and more taxes for defense and the surveillance nation. Anyhow, I want to start right here with this. Like I just said, 1936, it looks like this event in Baltimore, its roots of what just took place are in 1936. And how can I say something like that? Where is the proof? So let's get to that. I'm going to make this screen bigger so you can follow along more easily. Gematria, the simple practice of coding numbers into words. Notice the headline here for CNN. CNN still has this up as a top story. Been talking about it all night. 1851 Maritime law may decide who pays for collapsed bridge. So if you look into this and read the story, it talks about this 1851 law was amended in 1936. And it's that amendment that was made in 1936. It was amended in years after, too. It was amended in 1984, George Orwell's year. But the article points out that the amendment in 1936 is what has created the dilemma with what has happened. And we're going to get to how perfect it is. But if you're new here, Gematria, the Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words. It's well known in Hebrew. It's well known in ancient Greek. It's known in the ancient biblical languages. What I've been showing since 2013 is it's very much a part of English too. So ideas from thousands of years ago are a part of the English language. Kabbalah, the Cabal, alive and well here in the U.S. So there's 4 base ciphers, and you can see on the screen how Maritime is spelled in its numerical values as well as Maryland. And with the most simple cipher, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5, up to Z, the 26 letters, 26, you can see that Maritime and Maryland, Maritime law in Maryland, I mean, they even sound similar, right? They both start with Mary. Maritime. Maritime and Maryland both equate to 88. Again, they said this bridge collapsed at the 88th minute of the day in Maryland, 1:28 a.m. You can notice that when you run the alphabetic order in reverse, meaning Z is 1 back to A is 26, Maritime and Maryland both equal 128. We talked about how bridge collapse equals 128 and a whole lot more in the earlier videos we did on this. 128 is a huge number in this. The collapse was 128 days before August 1st, which is the anniversary of Francis Scott Key, his birthday. 128 days before Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary. This happened on the 128th day of Joe Biden's age. Again, he was in Pittsburgh to talk infrastructure when the Fern Hollow Bridge collapsed on 128. Fern Hollow equals 128. The mayor of Baltimore, he's been in office since December 8th, 2020, 12/8, 128. Obama, Biden's wingman, put out the movie Leave the World Behind, and it premiered on Netflix also on December 8th, 128. The big tanker that crashes in that film is White Lion, which equals 128. The day after this collapse, the former Connecticut senator falls and dies. Joseph Lieberman's full name equates to 128. Big pattern here. Big pattern. But Maritime and Maryland, 88 forwards, 128 in reverse. 1936, the article says the amendments, what has caused the conflict right now in 1936. 1936 was 88 years before 2024. 88 years earlier, this amendment has created this situation that's today's big story. And on top of that, it creates the conflict for the company. As it says, the Dolly ship is owned by Grace Ocean Private, a Singapore-based company, and insured by the Britannia Protection and Indemnity Club. That insurance company, Britannia, is the one that's potentially on the hook, so this is what's being debated with this law. Notice how Britannia also equates to 88. Again, these things aren't an accident, and we know they're not an accident because we're here every single day for 10 years straight showing how every day news is being manufactured by a code. Stories on the perfect date, the perfect numbers reported. Then when they bring up the history, it all aligns. You can see that some kind of plan has been drawn out and we're living it out. And again, a lot of people will come here and they'll be like, they'll leave a comment. They'll say, well, that sure does seem like a lot of work just to collapse a bridge to fool people. And in a sense, maybe, but at the same time, not really. And again, you have to understand why they're doing this. Kabbalah is a form of religion. It's a form of spirituality. There is a belief that this is how God operates. Letters, numbers, words. Doesn't matter if you think it's silly or not. The people running the show do not. And that's why they operate this way. And the question one should ask is, if it's so dumb, then why is it seemingly working so well? These people are performing number rituals right in front of everyone's face every single day, and almost no one has a clue. even when it's 9/11, the most obvious lie ever, a story that made no sense, a national emergency on 911, when that's the nation's emergency dialing code in the U.S., 911. And then you look into it and you realize World Trade Center construction began in 1968 in New York, the same year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code, plus a lot of other related events. And then you find out this bridge right here, it essentially went into motion in 1968 because that's the year the plans were drawn up and it was financed. This bridge that collapsed was financed in 1968 for $220 million. 1968, so many things. The big assassinations, again, RFK. We're going to talk about why RFK Jr. was, again, big on the day of the race. The Trump $60 Bible on that day. Why did so many big things happen on March 26th? And again, if you have not seen my prior work on this bridge collapse, we're going to revisit some things, but again, there's so many important points. So we will revisit things. I just wanted to start right here with this, with how this Maritime law that's being revisited was amended in 1936. Says let me zoom it in here. The 1936 amendment clarified whether the act applied to foreign ship owners. This ship is owned by Hyundai, a Singaporean company. And if you look into it, you'll see that company was established in history on March 23rd, 72. Construction for this bridge began in 72, and it opened on March 23rd, 77. And then we know the owner of the Orioles just died on March 23rd in a big ritual. And then the bridge collapsed 3 days later, and then the Orioles had a very symbolic win today, being the first slate on opening day. The first game of the season officially is the Orioles hosting and beating the Anaheim Angels. But again, it says the 1936 amendment clarified whether the act applied to foreign ship owners. Previously, the 1851 Act stated the owner of any ship or vessel could limit their liability, whether domestic or foreign, which was affirmed by an 1876 court decision. The 1936 amendment made explicit the applicability to foreign ship owners, stating the liability of the owner of any vessel, whether American or foreign, shall not, except in the cases provided for, exceed the amount or value of the interest of such owner in such vessel and her freight then pending. What's wild is the most recent thing that they did to this bill was back in 2010, so 2 years into Obama being in office. They changed it before it was Rev.Stat 4283 and 4283B. They changed the name of it in 2010 to 46 USC 30501. The thing about them starting it with 46, think about how this ritual comes in the time of Obama, number 46, who was vice president back then. And again, he was elected exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday as number 46, when the only other Catholic president was killed at age 46. That's JFK. And then you had a Kennedy very involved in this day, picking his VP nominee, which we'll come back to. But this 46 part, Salvador Dali, again, he has the painting, the Broken Bridge and the Dream, which we talked about how important it is, why he died, his death at age 84, this bridge collapsing on Pelosi's 84th birthday when she's from Baltimore, and a politician out in the Bay Area where the nation's most famous bridge is, the Golden Gate Bridge, the significance of the mayor being born on 8/4, as well as Obama. In light of Obama's recent film, Leave the World Behind, which has to do with power going down and the problems that come from it. They're saying the ship lost power. Anyhow, this 46 piece, again, Salvador Dali, his painting, major predictive programming for this, as we talked about. And one of the signs was the collapse was 46 days before his birthday anniversary. And Salvador Dali equals 46. The mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott's 46. The Latin for order out of chaos is 46. The mayor's name, I don't know why I put it there 2 times. But yeah, 46. And then Joe Biden, his infrastructure bill was passed November 15th, 2021, the day leaving 46 days left in the year. And again, when he called on the funds for the port and the bridge to be rebuilt, he also referenced his Jobs Act, the Infrastructure Act from 2021. Again, the date leaving 46 days left in the year. And notice how it's House Resolution 3684. 36 again, like it was 1936. This year, November 7th, 2024 will mark the 84th anniversary of the worst bridge disaster in U.S. history. That's the collapse of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge on November 7th, 1940. Again, the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, is from Tacoma Park, Maryland. On the same day that RFK Jr. picked his VP nominee, he picked a woman who's right from where the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapsed. But look at this. Gematria. Again, there's 4 base ciphers if you're new here. The alphabetic order with numerology, the reverse alphabetic order with numerology. So notice how bridge is 36 forwards and backwards. 36 forwards and backwards. The governor's headline that was put out by a lot of networks the day of the collapse was how the governor said that a lot of lives were saved with the May Day call. A lot more people could have died if it wasn't for the May Day call. And we pointed out how May Day, which is May 1st, is 36 days after the collapse. The word bridge is 36 forwards and backwards with numerology. The governor's 45 years old right now. Bridge is 45 in the most simple cipher. We talked about this when the Queen died because Liz Truss was prime minister for 45 days when the Truss is part of a bridges structure. Of course, England has one of the most famous bridges, London Bridge. We all know the song London Bridge is falling down, falling down. But Liz Truss took office on 9/6, and then the Queen died 2 days later at age 96. Again, she was prime minister for 45 days. Truss, bridge, rituals, riddles, parables. But notice, when you run the alphabetic order in reverse, bridge is 117. Joe Biden's act, which he just referenced, it just got the most attention because of what just happened to this bridge. That was during the time of the 117th Congress. And again, it seems to be synced up with the upcoming 84th anniversary on November 7th, 117, the history of the worst bridge collapse in U.S. history out here on the West Coast. Again, Nancy Pelosi, West Coast gal, down in the Bay Area where the Golden Gate Bridge is. We talked about how Joe Biden's, the name of his bill, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the name of that bill equals 135 like Golden Gate Bridge. And this bridge that just came down in Baltimore was 135 days after the Superior General's birthday. Again, the Superior General's the leader of the Jesuits. The Jesuits gave us the calendar, the languages we know. As we point out, so many major world rituals are synced with the Pope and the Superior General. Let's not forget the title of Superior General has Gematria of 84, like the Catholic Church, like the Jesuit Order, like United States of America. 84 is a special number. Remember the RMS Titanic ritual last year? They said that this same piece of legislation came up in regards to that as well. And again, 88 years later from 1936 to 2024. And then just with regards to the year 36 alone, right? 1936, the year the amendments made that's caused the conflict right now. Bridge 36, the 36. You should have seen how many 36s there were in sports, you guys. I want you to see what the hockey team, the NHL Capitals, did against a very industrial city the day of the collapse. Again, every year we're talking about how sports and politics are perfectly scripted together, and that's how you can see that the game is really this rigged. The day of the collapse, March 26th, the Capitals beat Detroit, and notice both teams were on 36 wins. Both teams on 36. The Capitals picked up their 81st points of the season. Joe Biden's 81 right now. Capitals equals 81. So does Ritual. And remember, Francis Scott Key, his birthday's August 1st, 8-1. Biden supposedly got 81 million votes. Back when Biden was first becoming president, we were saying things might get really wild when he turns 81 years old. Joe Biden is, you guys, I've literally been making these parallels in the mini videos. I've said Joe Biden represents the nation. You know, he's beyond his time. He's old and falling apart like the nation's infrastructure. The West Coast really does, not the West Coast, the United States has one of the least advanced nations in terms of infrastructure out of Western nations. We're way behind. We have like way less high-speed rail. So many things were way behind it. So it's all symbolic. But yeah, this game stood out to us in a huge way the day of the bridge collapse, because we knew 36 is big, and we're like, look at this with the capitals. The nation's capital is Joe Biden in the capital. And again, just happened to be playing a city like Detroit, major industrial city. Used to be even more so back in the day. So, okay. So that's the first argument for things being planned out and how it looks like. And for people who don't understand how something like this could be planned in 1936 and carried out in 2024, again, we have to go back to the beginning of the country. The Illuminati was founded May 1st, 1776 by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt, 64 days before this nation celebrates its first day. And George Washington and the National Archive, look this up, take the time to do the research and prove to yourself that it's true and it's not just some guy on the internet making it up. Look up and see if George Washington penned letters about his concerns about Freemasonry being infiltrated by the Illuminati and what, that could mean. He was concerned about this possibility, a powerful secret society being infiltrated by a powerful network that serves, foreign interests. All right. So just to expand on something we didn't cover before, I was overlooking, now that this has gone on a few days, I was really focused on Francis Scott Key Bridge, the full name of the bridge. And we covered all that's relevant about that. But I realized as the days go on, just almost everyone just calls it the Key Bridge, the Key Bridge, the Key Bridge, a lot shorter, right? Again, the Key Bridge came down on the 86th day of the year. It got 86th on the 86th day of the year, the Key Bridge. And again, Francis Scott Key wrote the national anthem. Remember the year the Philadelphia Eagles, not far from Baltimore, won the Super Bowl. 86 was huge. Zach Ertz scored the winning touchdown wearing number 86, 86 days after his birthday. And that NFL season, the national anthem had been adopted 86 years earlier in the time of Herbert Hoover. And Herbert Hoover Dam is right outside Las Vegas, which is another 86. That's something to think about. But the Key Bridge comes down on the 86th day of the year. Again, Francis Scott Key's from Frederick, Maryland, which is 86. And Nancy Pelosi began her Asian tour in Singapore. Again, it was a Singaporean ship that took out the bridge. But she began that tour on Francis Scott Key's August 1st birthday in 2022, 86 weeks and a day before the bridge came down. And then it came down on her birthday, her 84th birthday, when that number is so special to the nation. Okay? So August 1st was the day she was in. August 1st, 2022, she's in Singapore. Francis Scott Key's birthday. By the way, remember, Minnesota had a bridge collapse on August 1st. And if you look at Baltimore's last spring training game, they played Minnesota, and they beat them 8-3. And then the Orioles owner died on the 83rd day of the year. And the Orioles haven't won the World Series since 83. And I got to go back and double check, but I want to say it was 83 days from Salvador Dali's death anniversary that this bridge just collapsed. And again, the word collapse equals 83. And if you go back to my work last March, we were talking about all the bank collapses last March that were all big 83 rituals, because collapse is 83 in Gematria. Okay. From Nancy Pelosi, again, meeting in Singapore, to the bridge collapse 603 days later. In addition to the 86 weeks in a day, Francis Scott Key died at 63. Amy Klobuchar, who was on the news all day talking about the Minnesota bridge collapse and the quick rebuilding by the Democrats. She was giving credit to the Democrats for how quickly they got it rebuilt. She's 63 years old. The bridge came down on her 307th day of her age, which is the 63rd prime number. And the 19 months is also interesting because the bridge came down on 19-date numerology, and chaos equates to 19 in Gematria. Order out of chaos equates to 75, and the bridge came down 75 days after the Francis Scott Key death anniversary. Again, repetitive rituals. So Key Bridge, down on the 86th day, 86 weeks after Nancy Pelosi meets. Now, here's the other piece. We talked about how 86 and 238, how these numbers came together when Afghanistan's government collapsed on the Jesuit order's birthday. Remember when Biden was blamed for the collapse of Afghanistan's government for pulling out all the troops, and then they talked about how we left billions of dollars in military equipment that the opposition took? Remember that was a big deal at the beginning of Biden's administration. The Jesuit order's birthday, August 15th, is the day the government collapsed. But if you go back to that work, we were talking about how 86 and 238 was a big part of the ritual. So in this case, from Francis Scott Key's last birthday to the collapse was 238 days later. Again, it's 128 days to his upcoming birthday, like Bridge collapse is 128, going with the 128 time of collapse. But Eye of Providence equates to 86 and 238. And if you don't know what the Eye of Providence is and why this combination of 86 and 238 matters, again, let me remind you, this is the Eye of Providence, one of the most famous symbols in the world, and it's on our dollar bill. And think about what Biden did as soon as the bridge collapsed. He came out instantly and called on big spending for the taxpayers and the Congress to get it done. And realize, again, you guys, anytime America spends more money at this point, anytime they spend more money, that money gets pulled from the central bank, and then we owe, the whatever. If the bill's $3 billion, we owe the $3 billion it's going to cost, plus all the interest on top of that. And again, it's just like, you go buy a home today and you get a 30-year mortgage. The selling price of the home might be $400,000, but you look at what it is with all the payments you'll make over 30 years, you'll pay about $800,000. You'll pay almost double that. So yeah, it might be $3 billion to rebuild, but that's also going to be almost another $3 billion in profit for the bankers. So this bridge collapse is $3 billion profit, guaranteed ongoing income for the people who run this game. And remember, Thomas Jefferson said there had to be a revolution every 19 years, and Thomas Jefferson warned to never let a central bank exist in this nation, or he said it would be over. Again, every 19 years, the moon is in the same place in the sky, major patterns with 19 and 19-year cycles. In this case, they get us 19 months after Nancy's visit, and on a 19-date numerology. The number represents chaos, but it also has to do with time and cycles. Again, other things that equal 86, we've always called it the symbol number. Symbol, republic, triangle, pyramid, all 86. This is symbolic, right? This symbolic collapse is a reason for a big spending agenda that's going to put a lot of money in certain people's pockets. And then for other people, what did it do? It's got them at the bottom of the river. And then for other people, they're horribly inconvenienced. I imagine there's people who have businesses along that thoroughfare, and because of the change in traffic, it's really going to hurt their business. Maybe it'll put them out of business. It's already tough enough times. People trying to come back from all their losses in COVID. Again, these operations, they work out for a certain group of people and they hurt everyone else. And the sad thing is, the average American who's the one who gets hurt by these agendas and who's not catching on to the game, they're also the kind of people that come across a video like this and just turn it off because they want to go watch the sports game again or, put on a Netflix. It's like, we need to figure out what's really going on in this nation because we are getting taken to the woodshed, by a code. And it's been going on. It's been going on for all of our lifetimes. That's why you learn this knowledge and you look back through history, you realize this is how they've been creating history for a long time. They've been manufacturing it. In light of it being the St. Francis Bridge and Nancy Pelosi being from Baltimore, but the politician in the Bay Area, San Francisco. Again, San Francisco is named after St. Francis of Assisi, as is Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope. Keep in mind the plural Jesuits equals 86 too. But, just think about that. St. Francis of Assisi, Pope Francis Scott Key Bridge. I might keep saying the St. Francis Scott. I don't mean, it's just because I normally talk about St. Francis of Assisi so much, so it's just like, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm going to say it all the time by accident, but anyway, Providence. The Eye of Providence, the most famous symbol, dollar bills, everything coming back to dollar bills. Now, the phrase annuit coeptis, I just want to go over this again too. You see how annuit coeptis has that 185 and that 77 in it? Again, the clearance for this bridge was 185 feet. And of course, I'd just done the interview the day prior with the Missing Link Live with Jesse and taught about something I've taught about many times before and wrote a book about. But again, I was talking about the significance of 185 and what happened on September 11th with the planned collapse of the towers. For people who don't know, World Trade Center equals 185, and it came down 185 days after Osama bin Laden's March 10th birthday. And mathematics equals 185, and Catholicism equals 185. And again, we're on the Catholic Church's calendar, speaking their language. That's all been mathematically synced up through this Kabbalistic idea of letters, numbers, and words. And that's how these perfect rituals persist by these patterns. But annuit coeptis, the phrase on the bill, 185.77. Again, the bridge opened in 77. It's also 56 meters, and it's not an accident that you have a headline like this right now. Hazardous material stored in 56 containers on cargo ship that toppled Baltimore Key Bridge, says Coast Guard. Remember, 26/3, the date this happened is like 263, the 56th prime. Nancy Pelosi equals 56. It's a huge number with the Jesuits. It's part of the reason there were 56 signers on the Declaration of Independence. Freemasons, the plural is 56. Society of Jesus, 56. Okay. Just for some other 77s, in light of the bridge opening in 77. Remember, United States equals 77. Annuit coeptis, 77. Secret Society, 77. These same numbers were used in the 9/11 World Trade Center ritual. World Trade Center has the 185 and 77. And again, it's the same type of thing, right? This bridge collapse isn't nearly as deadly or as horrific as 9/11, but it has all the same characteristics. It's so ritualistic. It's a problem that needs a solution that's going to put certain money in certain people's pockets while inconveniencing others. After 9/11, major agendas came out of it. Wars were started. Those wars made a lot of money for certain people. For other people, it cost them their lives. A lot of homeless young vets on the street messed up from, what they had to do serving that wasn't up to what they expected it to be. For some people, having to go be in that war, they lost the illusion of what they thought America was. Now, notice Nancy. Nancy became, there's a lot of things to say about Nancy. From her leaving as Speaker of the House, remember, Nancy Pelosi equals 52 forwards like government and California and Gavin Newsom. And in reverse, Nancy Pelosi equals 56, also like Gavin Newsom. 52 forwards, 56 in reverse. She was the 52nd Speaker of House. Her birthday is 26/3, we're 263, it's the 56 prime. From her leaving as Speaker of the House to this collapse was 64 weeks later. 64, the number of spaces on a chessboard. It's like Donald Trump's Jesuit education began in 64, and then 56 years later was the COVID master plan in 2020, where everything was 56 that year. Again, the name of the virus is 56. Everyone attached to it, from the Cuomos to the Faucis to the Gavin Newsoms, on and on and on. But 64, just like how the Illuminati was founded 64 days before this nation's birthday, July 4th, 1776. The spaces on a chessboard. 64 weeks later, it comes down. But notice, the main point that I wanted to make is when she took office as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives in the Bay Area, it was in 1987. In 87, the Pope, 87 years old right now. Again, the Catholic Church equals 87. We just saw the Rothschild banker die in a major 87 ritual. Jacob Rothschild, 87. The name of his bank, 87. His death perfectly synced with the 87-year-old Pope. Let me just scroll down here and look at some of the other things we should hit. Again, here's the big 84 piece. Again, this happened on Pelosi's 84th birthday. It happened exactly 433 days after the governor took office, which is the 84th prime number. And we've always talked about how Fidel Castro, Jesuit educated, died 433 days after shaking hands with the Jesuit Pope. And then his son died 433 days after him, supposedly from suicide. Again, the mayor of Baltimore, born April 8th, the day of the upcoming eclipse, 8/4. Obama born August 4th, another 8/4 date. The Salvador Dali painting, the artist dead at 84. He died in 1989. 89 is the 24th prime. There's a lot of parallels with 89 and 24. We were talking about that a lot with Taylor Swift being so connected to this NFL season and Mahomes getting his 89th career win, winning the Super Bowl for the 24th state, Missouri, when the Chiefs picked up their 24th playoff win all time. Again, 89 is the 24th prime. Harbaugh got his 89th win with Michigan, winning the championship in 24. Anyhow, Salvador Dali, dead in 89, and he was age 84. But one more time, the name of his painting, The Broken Bridge in the Dream, 128, going with the 128 claps, Maryland 128, like bridge claps. That painting, 79 years old, bridge claps 79. Society of Jesus equals 56 forward, 79 in reverse. Francis Scott Key, dead in 1779. Again, just a reminder of these things. Again, the ritual 46 days before his birthday. Chaos. Chaos, for the record, equals 46. Think about that. He died in 89. Chaos is 89 in reverse. Chaos is 46 forwards, 46 days before his birthday anniversary. Chaos is 19. Happened on 19 date numerology. 19 months after Nancy Pelosi shook hands with the Singapore Prime Minister. For the record, Prime Minister equals 84 in light of this all going down on her 84th birthday. And then Chaos, also 26, happened on the 26th of the month. Again, same lessons, just consistently for all these years. The order out of chaos rituals, over and over. The name of the act that Biden's using in light of rebuilding Baltimore, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, 135, 135 days after the Superior General's birthday. The Illuminati, founded in Bavaria by a Jesuit, Bavaria 135. Illuminati symbolism on the dollar bill. Central Intelligence Agency 135. Run it the other way. Central Intelligence Agency is also 117 like bridge. Like, again, later this year, November 7th, the 84th anniversary of the worst bridge collapse in U.S. history. Biden, again, his act was in the time of the 117th Congress. Westminster Bridge, 84. Tom Cruise in the news for running across the bridge, playing an intelligence agent for the Mission Impossible series, this buzzing at the same time as the bridge collapse. Hollywood, government, fine lines. Again, think of Steve Mnuchin, recently the Treasury Secretary, who also makes movies, who audited Fort Knox for the first time in forever the day of the great American solar eclipse back in 2017. The day the sun was blacked out in the sky, he audited the building where the gold is, when in alchemy the sun is gold. Again, symbolism. They're telling you the gold's not there anymore. They're playing a game with us. Money still has value because we still continue to let it have value. We let it control our lives. I mean, it does pay our bills. It's not like we can collectively just go off at one at a time. It's like you got a family, you got to feed somebody, you got to keep a roof over your head. You got to keep up with the monopoly paper. But that's the reason it still has value, because it makes the game work. Anyhow, all these 84s, we hit the 36s. Again, Brandon Scott became mayor December 8th, 128. The Obama movie just came out on December 8th on Netflix. From the day he took office to the day of the collapse, exactly 172 weeks on the nose. It matters it's 172 weeks because the Jesuit motto in Merum de Gloriam is 172. And remember, in light of his birthday being the day of the eclipse, the college basketball championship is the day of the eclipse, April 8th, and on the cover is Arizona, who's hosting the Final Four, and at the same time he became elected official in Baltimore is the same time Public Enemy put out this album, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down, which equals 172, like Ad Merum de Gloriam. This album came out exactly 56 days after Chuck D's birthday, the frontman for Public Enemy. Again, power outage equals 56. Arizona on the cover. Arizona has the Gematria 84. The day of the eclipse, the day of the Final Four championship can be written 8/4. And if you're watching the March Madness tournament, there's 2 ads that they're showing that feature the power going out. A lot of predictive programming for that. One more time, Janet Napolitano, former Department of Homeland Security leader, who was a politician in Arizona. She, when she stepped down from DHS in 2013, which is now 11 years ago, remember, George H.W. Bush declared a new world order, and it will be declared 11 years to the day of 9/11 happening. This year marks 11 years since Janet Napolitano said the next 9/11's not if, but when, and it's the power grid going down from a cyber attack. The head of the NTSB, who was out there just seemingly speaking in code and comparing this to the Fern Hollow collapse, one of the first things she did, which was another 128 ritual, her name Jennifer Homendy, 84. Again, don't forget the governor took office 433 days earlier, the 84th prime. In light of the bridge going down at 88 minutes, Francis Scott Key wrote The Star-Spangled Banner, 88, went down at the 88th minute of the day. Talked about that in the beginning with the new Maritime law and how it was amended 88 years ago, and now it's the thing that's the focus in the news tonight. But yes, bridge collapse, 88 and 128, 88th minutes, 128 in the morning when it went down on the 128th day of Joe Biden's age, 128 days of her Francis Scott Key's birthday. Joe Biden in Pittsburgh to talk infrastructure on 128 when that bridge collapsed, and its name Fern Hollows 128. The name of the synagogue that was right by there equaled 128. It's where the mass shooting happened right after they had the active shooter drill. Again, the Baltimore Ravens football season ended on 128, 58 days earlier, the day they fell to 5-8 versus the Chiefs all time, as the Chiefs went on to win Super Bowl 58 while Andy Reid stayed on 58 career losses. Baltimore and Pittsburgh, who play in the same AFC North, have that 58 connection, as does Freemasonry and Rosicrucian and Solomon's Temple and Secret Society. And again, just understand all the values of Maryland. Again, really, there's so many things here. There's so many good places to start, but a really powerful one is also just this again. The 4 values of Maryland, 88, 34, 128, 47. 88th minute of the day collapse. Exactly 34 weeks after Francis Scott Key's last birthday. At 1:28 a.m., 128 days before Francis Scott Key's upcoming birthday, 47. Because the bridge had just turned 47 years old on March 23rd, the day the Orioles owner died. And then they had to tell you the water was 47 degrees. And we're always talking about 47. I mean, I've had a license plate in my room with me for years that says, what is 47? I mean, again, the 47th problem of Euclid, this nation's birthday, the 4th day of the 7th month. These things aren't arbitrary. They're studied. They're very pattern-oriented. They're used in high ritual all the time. Time 47, all the 47 words: government, authority, Vatican, president, White House, Caesar, Republican, Democrat, even the letters DC, 47 when you run the alphabetic order in reverse. This happens not far from the federal city, and right away, Joe Biden, who was the 47th vice president, who took office with 47-year-old Obama, who was in D.C. for 47 years before becoming president-elect, comes out. Again, remember, he became a senator in 73. He won election in 72, took office in 73. 2020 becomes president-elect 47 years later. Trump's on the campaign trail saying, I've done more in 47 months than Biden's done in 47 years. Trump was in the 47-story Midtown Hilton Hotel the night of his 2016 selection. Trump equals 47. The Simpsons have the cartoon of Ivanka running for president in 2028, the year she turns 47. And on and on and on. Big time number 47. Francis Scott Key, again, you can see his birthday or his death anniversary is January 11th. From that day to the 86th day of the year, 75 days later. Order out of chaos, 75. Ordo ab chao, the Latin for it's 46, like it was 46 days before Salvador Dali's birthday anniversary. That's what this is. Create the problem, provide the solution. Order out of chaos. Create something horrific, and then come to the people and say, this is what we need from you now. So, again, 263, 56 prime. You got to know these things. They said the ship was Singaporean, which is 56. Fern Hollow had the 56 in it. Washington, D.C., Nancy Pelosi. The list goes on. Society of Jesus, 56 and 79. The Dolly painting, again, from 45. Bridge equals 45, 79 years earlier. Again, Francis Scott Key dead in 1779. These numbers used a lot. White Lion in the Obama film, 12847, like Maryland. Independence Day. Could we get another crazy earthquake on Independence Day? If they're saying a bigger bridge is going to go down, you know, California's got some serious fault lines. Whole West Coast has some serious fault lines and big bridges. Man, they really want to mess up like where I'm from. If they broke the bridge between Portland, Oregon and Vancouver, Washington, that area would be wrecked. Everybody drives across that bridge every day because everyone who works in Vancouver, lives in Vancouver for the most part, works in Portland. And it's just like a super traffic jam bridge. But yeah, this is a way they could really disrupt society. It's called the Glenn Jackson Bridge, the one I'm thinking of. Anyhow, just other things. Again, RFK Jr. has his big VP announcement that day. I know I've been redundant, but I'm just going to keep pounding the point home. 263, the 56 prime. Again, listen, go back and watch my video from September 16th of last year, the day RFK Jr. had an assassination scare in LA where his father was killed. I put out a video that day and I said, isn't it funny that today's 263 days before the 56th anniversary of his father being shot on the 5th day of the 6th month? Then RFK Jr. announces his VP nominee, and she's a woman born on September 16th. So meaning that her last birthday will be 263 days before the 56th anniversary of the father's assassination. And the election this year is on, remember the 5th of November, the day leaving 56 days left in the year. Very important to the Jesuits. In 2016, if you go back and look at the headline, Trump supposedly survived an assassination that day. There's no proof that one happened, but that was the story they put out. So this on 26/3, and then to add insult to injury, the woman is Jesuit educated at University of Santa Clara down by where the Golden Gate Bridge is, and she's of half Chinese descent when, you know, they're buying more and more of our debt and owning more and more of our infrastructure. And to announce it on 26/3, and then the media gives him all this attention. Again, he's Jesuit educated, went to Georgetown Prep. But yeah, all these little clues. Again, White Lion, 128. And White Lion's historical. The first slave ship in America, the White Lion, in 1619, which is the radio signal used in the movie as well. And again, from Biden and RFK's birthday, which is the same day, not RFK Jr., but the RFK who was assassinated in 68, now 56 years ago, 127 days later to the collapse, or the 128th day of their age. But Francis Scott Key Bridge 127, another number we talk about all the time. Again, watch my so many of these numbers that are like almost every number that's in this ritual I talked about in the interview I did the day before with the Missing Link Live. 56, 127, 185, several of these other numbers. We were talking about them in regards to 9/11 though. Buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell on 9/11. They called it the New Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor happened on December 7th, 127. Maui just burned up in a huge 127 ritual this past summer on 8/8. Now Maryland gets rocked in an 88 ritual. They said they're bringing back a smart city where they burn down Maui. Smart city equals 128. Power grid equals 128. They were talking about how the electrical system was dated and it caused that crazy fire that killed so many people's lives that we never got to the bottom of because they moved us on to the next psychological operation. Everyone forgot Maui. Again, the bridge financed in 68. Here's from the governor's birthday if you want to see the visual. Or from the day he took office, January 18th, 2023 to the collapse, 433 days later, the 84th prime. 163 days after his birthday, the collapse happened. Patapsco River, 163. Obama's full name, 163. The name of the construction firm, that's something to do with the project and who CNN brought on. McNeil Engineering, 163. Also 100, and this happened 100 days after the Pope's birthday. We're going to talk about that 100 with Trump's Bible that was also announced on the same day, 100 days after the Pope's birthday. But yeah, this May Day thing. Again, 36 days before May 1st. And now, this is where we were covering when it first broke, and then now today they're telling us about this Maritime law that was amended in 36 being so crucial in this. It's just like, look at this. Again, we are living out, and this is what I've been saying the whole time, you guys. This is something that has not changed about my work. I've maintained the same stance the whole time I've been here, that we are living out a script planned long in advance that's taken us to a really dangerous place. And it's obvious that this script reveals that we're not a sovereign nation. These are the things I've been on about the whole time, and we should know that. We've heard our presidents and leaders talking about New World Order. Again, you got Donald Trump at the World Economic Forum the same day coronavirus is confirmed in the U.S., and he's gloating about his trade deal with China when they're saying the day that it first arrived in the U.S. is the day he signed off on the trade deal with China, when the U.S. and China CDCs were the only ones that participated in Event 201, the pandemic simulation put on by the Jesuit Klaus Schwab. Here's the RFK Jr. assassination scare, September 16th, and then this woman's birthday, September 16th. Jokes for days. I keep trying to tell some of my mom, and she just responds back at the same thing every time. She's like, they can't be bad. They're saying all the right things. And I keep saying, Mom, that's just like Ralph Nader in 2000. And he's selling out football stadiums, well, not football stadiums, but basketball stadiums and huge audiences everywhere. And it seemed like maybe Nader was going to do something. And then voting night came, and then Bush and Gore got all the vote. And they said Nader had like a 0.5%. It didn't seem even possible. They got to put out these people that are like Robert F. Kennedy to give hope to the hopeless. Bernie Sanders is that to some people. Dennis Kucinich, Ron Paul, other people I'm not naming right now. Donald Trump is hope to the hopeless. They're all in this Jesuit club. They're all playing their part on the world stage. Look at Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi in California. Again, from when construction started on this bridge, 72. By the way, 72 is when Diddy's dad was killed. We'll talk about the ritual they're doing with Diddy again. We're gonna come back and talk more about the Diddy thing. How it's the same Jesuits pulling the strings on all these things. But look how all their names are just so perfect for California. Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi. The word government's 52. Authorities 52. 56 in the reverse. Bridge collapse. You see how California is 65 rather than 56? Bridge collapse is also 65. Of course, power outage 56. Obama's movie. Obama won the 56th presidential election. His movie's about the power outage. Again, the Chuck D, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down. Chuck D, that album 56 days after his birthday. Golden Gate Bridge, 81 forwards and backwards, like Nancy began her Asian tour on 8/1, Francis Scott Key's birthday. Minnesota had the bridge collapse. Minnesota has the connection with Cali through sports, largely through the Lakers. But the 297 in Golden Gate Bridge is interesting because October 23rd of a leap year is the 297th day. Typically, it's October 24th, and then again 135. Just like how Biden's Bill's 135 and the collapse in Baltimore 135 days after the Superior General's birthday. Salvador Dali, dead on the 23rd day of the year. His full name, 643, which is the 117th prime. Again, bringing us back to how Bridge has the 117. 75 days, again, after Francis Scott Key's death anniversary, the bridge comes down. Order out of chaos, New World Order, Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Illuminati, who was a Jesuit. The word order alone is 75. Catholic Church is 75. Roman Catholic 75. The Superior General, the leader of the Jesuits, is 75 right now. Francis Scott Key Bridge is also 233, like it opened on 23/3. And the company that owns the dolly that crashed into it, it was founded March 23rd as well, 23/3, the same day the bridge opened. In 72, the same year construction began, the same year Biden became senator-elect and his wife and daughter died in a Jesuit Illuminati car crash ritual. I noticed that after the George Floyd riots, remember George Floyd riots were a major Jesuit ritual. 201s all over the place, connected to January 6th. Again, I've written a book about this, if you guys don't know about this, Number Games. But the Albert Pike statue came down June 19th, and so did the Francis Scott Key statue in San Francisco. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? June 19th, and they made it Juneteenth. And again, just the whole Public Enemy thing. Their album with Arizona on the cover for the Blackout back in the early 90s, Public Enemy had the song By the Time I Get to Arizona, and it had to do with race relations. And you see how they're attaching like the nation's first black president who's from the land of Lincoln, the time of the Civil War, the time of, racial strife and slavery, how they're bringing all these things together. They've labeled a race black. They've assigned it that color. Now they're attaching a blackout. They're trying to bring about chaos. Amazon, at the time of the George Floyd riots, put out the film Lockdown 2025, and it was about a power outage and race relations and chaos breaking out in Los Angeles without power, and it was so racially based. It was over a family having dinner together, and the daughters brought home a boyfriend that's a different race, and the dad really doesn't like it. Again, Juneteenth is now to remember the freeing of the slaves. The Pike statue, the only Confederate statue in D.C., came down a year to the day of them making that officially the holiday. So, June 19th is also the real King James's birthday. And again, the Jesuits tried to blow up King James in British Parliament on remember the 5th of November, which is the election date this year. Okay, so I know I'm being super redundant for people who watch the last streams, but I really want to make sure people don't forget these things and they stick. And redundancy is the best way to make sure that you remember at least a chunk of this to explain to somebody. So, apologies if you hate it, but we are going to talk about a lot of new things as well. Pete Booty is gay. In light of this bridge being financed in the year 68, Pete Fruity Booty, the bridge came down on his 68th day of his age. And if you're new here, I talk about 68 all the time in these rituals. And, Pete's the 19th United States Secretary of Transportation. It's kind of like how in 1968 the Quran Code was discovered, where the Quran's based on 19, and the lead hijacker on 9/11 of the 19 hijackers was born in 68. Again, 19 is this very special number to these people. 19 and 68 always seem to find each other. And here we have it again. So, you got to love Pete's birthday, January 19th. It's almost like the reflection of September 11th. And then again, just always with the 56, right? They got to tell us hazardous materials stored in 56 containers on cargo ships that toppled Baltimore Key Bridge. Jeez. Again. Joe Lieberman's full name, Joseph Isidore Lieberman. Isidore, probably. 128, falls to his death the day after the collapse. Longtime Connecticut senator. You know what's crazy is the name Lieberman alone equates to 56. He's from Connecticut. He's the Connecticut senator. UConn had outscored their opponents in the first two rounds by 56 points at the time of his death, and they were on 33 wins for the year. And Lieberman died on his 33rd day of his age. And again, federal order, secrecy, masonry all equate to 33. If they say he fell off a ladder, I'm going to die because the ladder is also associated with Masonry. But the other thing is they said he died at 82, and if you drop the Isidore and just have Joseph Lieberman, it's 82, like his age of death. And dying at 82 means he died in his 83rd year of life, like Claps is 83. And again, they said he fell down, and it's right after the bridge ritual that had a lot to do with 83. All right. I forgot to pull something up here. I have to go to my Twitter. I did a short video on this earlier, but for everyone who missed that short video on my YouTube, I want to make sure you're aware of this. And again, something I'm not great about doing, but you can go back and verify because the videos are out there. This becomes more powerful if you go back and watch my video from when Clarence Avant died, and you go back and watch when R. Kelly was being found guilty and sentenced to prison. But again, R. Kelly, his life was flipped upside down at age 54. And then he ended up getting sentenced to prison on September 27th, which is the day in history the Jesuits were recognized by the Roman Catholic Church. That's the day leaving 95 days left in the year. Their original mission was to counter the 95 Theses. 95 is huge with the Jesuits. Keep in mind, Baltimore equals 95, where this massive ritual is going down. So R. Kelly was 54 when that happened. Again, the Jesuit headquarters is at the House of the Jesuit in Italy, and the address is 54. And in Gematria, Jesuit order equals 54. When you run it in reverse, Jesuit order is 72. Diddy's 54 years old right now. His father was murdered back in 1972. And by the way, his father was 33 when he was killed. 33 has a lot to do with death, too, because of the whole Jesus thing. Jesus on the cross at 33. Capital punishment in 33. But Diddy's 54 right now, like R. Kelly was. They're both 54 years old. And what I was pointing out when Clarence Avant, the Black Godfather, died, is his death was synced with his wife. If I remember right, he died exactly 88 weeks after his wife, and the word poison's 88, and arsenic poisoning's also 88, and Jesuits have been accused of killing people with arsenic for centuries. It's a whole other subject. But I pointed out how the day Clarence Avant died, it was 54 years after he established Sussex Records, and Sussex Records equals 54. And then a lot of the media, when he died, put out the image of Clarence Avant with Diddy and Jay-Z. And this was last year. And I pointed out then, I said, well, you know what? Diddy and Jay-Z are going to turn 54 at the end of this year. They're born a month apart. Diddy's birthday is November 4th. Jay-Z's birthday is December 4th. Jay-Z's born the same day Fred Hampton was murdered in Chicago by the feds. But this 54 number, it's just so tragic. And it's so Jesuit. And then what I saw so I've been talking about this, right? And then last night I was working and I had CNN on in the background, and they had on this woman, Elizabeth Geddes, who was talking about how she prosecuted R. Kelly, and now she's prosecuting Diddy. And then I was like, I'm going to die if this woman went to Georgetown. That was just my initial thought, that this woman went to Georgetown. It was just my initial instinct, because Georgetown's so 54. Again, John Carroll founded the nation's first Jesuit university, Georgetown, when he was 54 years old. Georgetown just hired Anthony Fauci, who's Jesuit educated at Holy Cross, after 54 years of public service. That's what they put in the memo when they put out the information about his hiring. 54 is so huge with the Jesuits in Georgetown. Sure enough, this woman right here, Miss Geddes, her education is Georgetown University Law Center, Johns Hopkins University. And again, the Johns Hopkins was founded by a Skull and Bones member, another powerful secret society. And she also went to Notre Dame, which is Catholic. And again, Gematria, Jesuit Order 54, John Carroll 54. Huge number with this order. Other musicians. Remember, Elvis was accused of making black music. Elvis Presley recorded for Sun Record Studios. The word sun, S-U-N, is 54. The Jesuit logo is the sun. The Catholic Church began worshiping the sun. Just last year, Golden Globes equals 54 forwards and backwards. Like Bridge equals 36 forwards and backwards. Golden Globes equals 54 forwards and backwards. The one guy earns Best Actor for portraying Elvis, and then 2 days later on 54 date numerology, Elvis's daughter dies at age 54. Okay? Just so many patterns. But we've been pointing, I mean, I've been here through all of this and a million other things, just talking about this. But yeah, if you go back and watch the Clarence Avant video, and just how Diddy could end up like R. Kelly at age 54, I mean, here it is. And now we even have the same prosecutor. Again, the movie They Live, which came out in 88. They Live, the enemy of the world is Cable 54. And in that movie, you overhear the talk amongst the Cable 54 types that they'll have full control of the world by 2025. You know. For those of you guys who follow me, I know a lot of people who follow me, follow the channel on X or Twitter called Vision for the Blind. If you don't know that channel, check it out. They do great work. But the thing that kind of annoys me, even though I'm promoting them, is when they post something, like every video gets hundreds of retweets, hundreds of likes. And the thing is, I mean, it's good what they're doing. I'm not mad at their channel at all. It deserves even more retweets and likes. It's not getting enough attention. But it's getting, like, on average, probably 10 times better reception than any post I put out. Here's what bothers me about that. What that channel's doing is what I would also call the same old, same old. And a lot of people aren't aware at all of the same old, but it's constantly posting, like, celebrities doing the 666 fingers over their eye and another person covering one eye. And it's just like, here we go again. And then it has, like, 500 retweets. And in a way, that kind of represents like what the whole truth community does, right? They're always showing like, oh, look, that's the Illuminati, the one eye. But then they never talk about the Jesuit history at the Illuminati. And what I'm essentially saying is like that information is good to recognize because you start to see that there are secret societies and rituals taking place, but it doesn't take you anywhere at the same time. It just makes you aware that there's some kind of secret society. Then you have to graduate from there and go, okay, who's really behind this? And what is their purpose? How do we prove that? How do we understand what their next move is? That's what our work has achieved in the last decade. It's like, it should have revolutionized the movement, but I don't know. People don't, like, if I just posted a picture, if it was his channel, he had Diddy, like, covering one eye, it'd probably have 500 retweets and 2,000 likes. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that's great, but now where? It's like this right here is the game changer. This proves exactly what's going on definitively. We've talked about this seamlessly for so long. And, I mean, just things like this, just witnessing this last night, that they literally have on the Georgetown lawyer grad talking about prosecuting both these men at age 54. I'm just like, God, this is sick. This is sick. And remember, Georgetown, they built their campus with slaves. And by the way, didn't they say that Diddy's plane, when his house got raided, that he was out on the island where England used to run the slave trade through? That's not an accident either. That's how they pay tribute to history. Lincoln said the greatest purveyors of slavery were the Jesuit order. And now they're the people who bait people with reparations talk. By the way, I want to do something real quick because I've been going too long. There's a call board to phone in, and right now there's 48 minutes and ticking down to call in. As long as you call in, if you want to be part of the call-in show tonight, it's a call board, so you'll enter in the call board. You just have to call in before the ticker goes down to 0. If it goes down to 0 and you're already in, you'll have made the cutoff and I can take your call. I will end up taking every call tonight, but please call in on topic. If it's about the bridge or one of the other things I've been covering tonight, any of those calls are welcome. Let's not be way off topic, though, if we phone in. But yes, the number to call in is on the screen. You can listen to the show through that as well. D26, I know you're out there. I'll take your call, too, through WhatsApp since I know you're long distance. But here, I want to hit a few more things before we go out to the calls. Okay, I've been thinking more about this. Remember, last week on March 22nd, one of the big headlines, the two big headlines were the attack in Russia, which we covered very clearly. I'll remind again about that. But the other headline was that Kate from the royal family came out and said she had cancer. Now, the thing about the day she did this, March 22nd, 2024, it was a date that we literally circled a decade ago. And it's amazing how it's come. I mean, there was 10 years ago we were wondering what would happen in the world by March 22nd, 2024. But what I've always explained is why I thought that was going to be a really bad moment in history when March 22nd, 2024 comes around. It was very specific to that day and this year, and we've now entered that period. And what it is the day the Georgia Guidestones celebrated their 44th anniversary of being erected or unveiled. And the Georgia Guidestones were a pledge from the New World Order to reduce the Earth's population to 500 million. And there were 10 rules for a New World Order. The first rule was about limiting the Earth's population to 500 million. The 10th and last rule said, be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature. So what we've always pointed out is they were in Georgia. In Gematria, Georgia equals 44 like genocide. And then the last thing about cancer equals 44 like chemo, like kill. So you had that story, and then that same day, Chick-fil-A came out, which is Georgia-based, and said they're no longer going to use clean chicken. They're going to essentially go to the same chicken that all these other restaurants are using, and probably the chicken that you'd find in most people's freezer because it's so much cheaper. To buy high-quality meat is expensive. To buy meat that's full of all kinds of steroids and hormones and antibiotics and God knows what's in it, all the things they do to make the chicken plumper, faster, so they can make more profit and make it less likely to die from illness. Notice how Chick-fil-A, the name of this company, equates to Georgia and also genocide through the 44. And then you can also see the 62. But I started to think about this, and I started thinking about how chicken is probably one of the most common foods eaten in America. And in recent decades, food has changed a lot. Again, in more recent decades, they've discovered these genetically modified chickens that get plump really fast. They get a lot fatter a lot faster. They're a lot more profitable. There's less feed to them and more meat. It's a money thing. But then you have to think about, what does that mean for the people who eat these birds? Are those chemicals going in them? Is it making them fatter and plumper? Is it having health consequences in them? Like I talked about the other day when this came up, no doubt this is a clue about one of the ways they plan to reduce population. And right now there's headlines about how doctors can't figure out why there's all these turbo cancers coming up and why there's so much more cancer in people under age 50. And of course, it's because the food, it's because of the water, it's because of the air, it's because we don't move our bodies enough, we're too sedentary. There's so many contributing factors, but the food is so important. And I would encourage everyone to really think about this and the clues that are being put out there. Are you eating a lot of this cheap chicken? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are, because it's filling and inexpensive, and chicken's a lot more affordable than most other meat and protein sources right now, especially when you're getting this, the cheaper Tyson kind or whatnot. But maybe this is a sign for why, if you are eating that, you should cut back or maybe cut it out all the way. You know what I mean? What are the odds that this Georgia-based company would put out this story on that day? And it's not like Chick-fil-A is going to genocide the world down to 500 million, but it's symbolic. They're going to the chicken that everybody else is eating. And if you missed my other videos on Kate, there's a lot more to it as well. They literally had this synced up with Catherine the Great, because Kate's actual name is Catherine. Catherine the Great died on the 322nd day of the year. She preserved the Jesuit order. This ritual came 41 days from Catherine the Great's birthday. Big skull and bones number, order 322, going with the 322 headline, and the Georgia Guidestones going up on March 22nd and falling down on skull and bones member George W. Bush's 76th birthday on 7/6. Skull and bones is 41 forward, 76 in reverse. Just like Yale upset Auburn that day, who had 41 at halftime and 76 at the end of the game. Papa Bush was number 41. His son was the second, both Skull and Bones members. Daniel Coit Gilman, by the way, equals 76. That's a big one, actually. Daniel Coit Gilman, 76, also born on July 6th. He's who founded the Johns Hopkins. And again, we see this woman prosecuting Diddy, how she went to Georgetown, Johns Hopkins, and Notre Dame. All schools in the network. But yeah, there was a lot more to this if you want to check out the Catherine post. I really just want to hit the, there really is a lot more to it, but I want to emphasize the 44th anniversary of the Georgia Guidestones. Be not a cancer, reduce population, this food. Just another example that comes right after. This guy, so cancer equals 44, like we just talked about. Cancer also equals 26, as does Kate, as does Ninja. This gamer comes out, huge. I guess he's the most famous gamer in the world, comes out and says he has cancer, and he's only 32, right? He's only 32. And so many people that I was just watching an interview of a Canadian radio show host on the Missing Link Live, and he was making the point about how he's in his 60s now, and he's working out extra hard to prove that he can still stay strong as a 60-some-year-old man, and he was bragging about how he can still bench 250 and leg press 800 and squat 500 pounds. And he's saying, I'm proving that just because you're old doesn't mean you have to be weak. And he says, I look at the younger people around me in Canada, and they don't take care of themselves, and they're all drinking soda all day and probably spending 40 hours a week playing video games when they could be taking care of their health and so many other things. I just listened to him rant about this, and I was like, yeah, exactly. Right on, man. I mean, that's what's wrong with the world right now. The people my age, like I just spent my entire 30s, and now I'm into my 40s. I've been here trying to fight for our rights and liberties and to keep us from getting driven to the cliff. And I got people coming by and making fun of me because they take 5 seconds to watch the video. And I know these same people are like back to playing the video games, back to watching the Netflix. Just want to drop by and leave some comment about how dumb this is because they didn't take any time to look into it. So, excuse me, Ninja doesn't equal 26, but he posted on the 26th of March that he found out about this cancer. That's what it was. And I'll remind you guys, Pfizer's stock was at $26 per share when they bought Seagen, who's working on all the treatments for turbo cancers, on the anniversary of Sandy getting the first COVID vaccine in the U.S., which was also the anniversary of the Sandy Hook shooting where 26 people died. And again, different types of shots, but both December 14th, 12 plus 14, 26. Again, that's what day they bought Seagen. 12.14 while their share price was at $26. Anniversary of the COVID shot going into people's bodies. And again, a lot more curious things happening in the world in terms of health and younger populations since that. YouTube says that you're medical misinformation if you try to attach the two, but I mean, just think about it. In Gematria, COVID equals 26, like virus, like China, like cancer. So, again, we're just trying to get the big picture out here tonight. Joe Lieberman dead at 82. In Gematria, Joseph Lieberman, 82. As I talked about, my community seemed to be a sacrifice for UConn's basketball team. UConn wins big tonight after his death. And actually, what was the score of that game? Hold on, let me check the box score real quick. Oh, yeah, that's right. UConn won with 82. Again, you guys, UConn was plus 56 in scoring before tonight. Now they're plus 86. How funny after Joe Lieberman gets 86. But again, and I put out posts yesterday too, right? I put out some shorts on my channel connecting the UConn to Lieberman. So for anyone who's like, oh, that's dumb, well, what do you say now? Lieberman, 56. They were plus 56 in scoring. They were on 33 wins for the year. He died on his 33rd day of his age. Now, the day after his death, again, he's the Connecticut senator, Joe Lieberman. Joe Lieberman's the Connecticut senator. You know, back in the college championship in 99 was Connecticut and Duke. This year, the championship's on the 99th day of the year, and for whatever reason, Coke is showing Connecticut versus Duke in the ad with an Arizona State audience when Arizona State's the hosting school for the Final Four. But, yeah, it looks like that's what it was really about. And we've seen this a million times. Elgin Baylor dies at 86, then boom, Baylor wins the championship with 86 points over the other Jesuit school from Washington State, Gonzaga, when Elgin Baylor went to Seattle U. Again, there's 27 Jesuit universities in the nation. The first was Georgetown, established the same year as George Washington as president, and then Washington State, named after him. You got 2 Jesuit universities. You know, I couldn't help but notice that the Ukraine war began on Joe Lieberman's 80th birthday. Washington Post wrote his name is Joseph I. Lieberman, which equals 80, like Bavarian Illuminati, like Baphomet, like Satan. A lot of the Ashkenazi people in the world come from the Ukraine area. Of course, Joe's an Ashkenazi. Big war hawk. Big purveyor of violence. Big pusher of the war after 9/11. You know, it's hard to feel bad for these people, but at the same time, I don't think anyone deserves to be murdered by the code for a basketball game or tournament, but that happens every year, doesn't it? We're documenting it every year, and the facts just keep stacking up. And I know I put out some posts and shorts connecting UConn to Lieberman yesterday before they won with 82, so. And again, his full name, 128. After the mega 128 collapse ritual, he falls and dies. If you didn't see this, that the U.S. government warned Americans not to go to concerts in Russia just shortly before the attack. I mean, again, DC's the 202 area code. Skull and Bones also equates to 202, like George Herbert Walker Bush's birthday was June 12th, the day leaving 202 days left in the year. This attack in Moscow was 202 days from Biden's birthday. Again, the face of the federal government after the federal government warned about a terrorist attack being imminent in Russia. I mean, come on. If you have not seen my work on the Russia thing, there's so much to know about it. Skull and Bones is 202 in reverse, like we just said. It's 149 forwards, and that concert hall was attacked 149 days after the anniversary of its opening. The name of the town that it was in equals 149, as does Moscow, Russia. The town was a suburb of Moscow. And again, these things just so redundant. We've talked about I always talk about Enemy of the State, the Will Smith movie that came out just before. If you've never seen Enemy of the State, you have to watch that movie. That movie was such good predictive programming for the surveillance state they were going to put into motion after 9/11, which came not long after Enemy of the State. But an hour and 49 minutes in the movie, if you watch it, go watch. Hour and 49 minutes in, Will Smith checks his watch, and it's 322 on it. Skull and Bones, 149. Order 322 with Skull and Bones. Now you get this super attack on 322, 149 days after the anniversary of the building. And yeah, I know about the Will Smith and Martin Lawrence Bad Boys thing. While Diddy's in trouble with Bad Boy Records. Remember, Bad Boy Records equals 59. Martin Lawrence turns 59 years old later this year. He did the show Martin in Detroit, where Motown came out in 59. Again, Black History Month typically ends on the 59th day of the year. Slave, Negro, Blues, Rasta all equal 59, as does Renegade, which was Obama's Secret Service name. I do worry for Martin Lawrence this year at age 59. I think, you know what else I noticed? The rapper Too Short's going to turn 59 years old. And for you guys who don't know, when I was a much younger person, like in middle school, even younger than middle school, my sister and her boyfriend, they're 12 years older than me. We used to drive around in the Geometria. When you're a kid, you don't know any better. I would have thought we were in a Bentley. But they used to listen to Too Short all the time. So I grew up just liking Too Short. And Too Short's album, Can't Stay Away, came out just like a week before I turned 16. And I got my car and my license shortly after I turned 16. Too Short was an influential person on me when I was a younger person. And I was talking how when I was driving back from New York, after we went cross-country and stopped at every major city from Seattle to New York to get there for the anniversary of 9/11, I was talking about how Too Short had just started a new show around that time on Sirius XM, and I liked it because he was talking history, and he was talking about things he'd do differently now that he's an older man. And I heard him saying that he felt like he didn't give out enough good advice in his music that he could have helped out more people's life with. And again, for people who aren't familiar with Too Short, I mean, most of his music was bragging about how he got the ladies. But occasionally he would drop gems on his records. Like I remember at the same time all the musicians back then were coming out. I'm going to get to a point about Too Short here in a second. But what he was saying, like back in the 90s when everyone was complaining about how they got screwed by their record company, like MTV was doing specials on it, how all these different groups who were so famous had no money, they were all broke, like the girls from TLC and all this. You know, Too Short put out a song about how they needed to do what he did, that he had one of these contracts and he was getting screwed, so he had to quit and retire and break all that and then come back and start his own thing and own all of his own music to get paid. And so he's trying to put the lyrics and the advice on records. And anyway, I mean, you think about it, Too Short's one of these famous rappers, and you think about all the famous rappers out there, there's not too many that were like actually giving out real helpful advice on the record. And then Too Short finally did the song Getting It, which was another good motivational song. Anyway, he's turning 59 this year. And I just know some of these rappers are in big trouble at age 59. Again, we remember the other year, God, who was it? The CEO of Motown at the time died at age 59, and I have to go back. Lil Richard died like the same day. And then I forget what Motown singer it was. She wasn't 59 when she died, but her name was 59 in Gematria. There were like 3 59 related deaths in the world of black music and celebrity all at the same time. I want to say they died on 59 date numerology. And there was some connection with that Motown CEO and Diddy. I want to say maybe that Motown CEO was who discovered Diddy. I got to go back and look. Again, you guys, let me see where we are on the call board because I still haven't gone out to calls. All right, we got 30 minutes to call in. There's only 2 people on hold right now, so if you guys want to call in and wait on that line, you got to call in the next 30 minutes, and then I'll be able to take the calls. I'm going to do it pretty soon. But yeah. Anyway, what I was going to say about Too Short is I noticed like he's on Twitter and he doesn't have a blue check mark, so he's not like certified like these other celebrities. I noticed his posts aren't getting hardly any likes or shares. His platform like almost gets less attention than mine, so I was like, he must not be in the cabal. I felt like he'd be getting a lot more love from big tech if he was in the cabal. But the point is, he has a show on Sirius XM and he's telling people he wants to put them on game and help them do better. I feel like maybe we can get Too Short somehow to get us on his Sirius XM show. I think that could be big for the work. That's the point I'm trying to get to. It's funny, when I was younger, people used to call me Too Short Z because I didn't get my growth spurt until I was 15. I haven't grown since I was 15, but from the age of 13 to the age of 15, I probably went from about 5'2" to 5'10", and then I didn't grow anymore. So they used to call me Too Short Z. Anyway, maybe all these years later, there's meant to be a collaboration. I'm just wondering if he could be somebody who was in the industry who could speak up. And also, the knowledge, who knows, it could end up saving his life. Somebody might come around when he turns 59. Hasn't seen it in a minute. Maybe they got something in his drink. Maybe he's the next guy who's just dead at a hotel. Unexplained mystery. Story we've seen 1,000 times. So, anyway. I covered this too, the Candace Owens thing. If you guys missed this, again, just understanding the meaning of numbers. You can understand the repetitive rituals. They do so many, I'm going to call this a white supremacy ritual, what they did. It's a white supremacy synagogue of Satan ritual, what they did to Candace Owens. And I'm not a Candace Owens fan. You know, I see her as a puppet on the world stage, but the ritual is still clear. They fire her from anti-Semitism on March 22nd, that date, 322, but it can also be written 22/3 like 223. White supremacist equals 223. The synagogue of Satan equals 223. Again, you study the book of Enoch, the Bible, you start to realize that the true Hebrews were darker complected people. And she gets fired for anti-Semitism, while Ben Shapiro, little nasally Ben, stays on the network, you know, preaching his brand of hate and, you know, cheering on the genocide of the Gazans like a good little member of the synagogue of Satan. And, yeah, there's even more to say about that, but that 223, it's one we've talked about a lot of times. And, again, with regards to it being a synagogue of Satan ritual in Israel and the sacrifice of Gazans, that was made 1,000,000% clear when the UN Security Council waited until the 85th day of the year, when the war began on the day leaving 85 days left in the year, so meaning 170 days later, because sacrifice equates to 170 and 73. And again, Gaza also equals 73. And for the week of Israel's 73rd birthday, they also bombed the bejesus out of Gaza a few years back. So we've seen this before, and we've seen it again. It was 170 days of purposeful, needless killing in Gaza, all in high ritual, and something that we predicted on December 29, 2022, the day Netanyahu came back. And we nearly predicted to the day when it happened. We said it would start sometime around Yale turning 322 years old, which was on October 9th. The war began 2 days earlier, October 7th. Again, the anniversary of the U.S. invading Afghanistan. And October 7th leaves 85 days left in the year, like this resolution came on the 85th day of the year. Templar equates to 85, the old Crusaders, and the Templar crosses in the Jesuit logo. Again, just the power of this knowledge. You're a day trader. This news is breaking right as the market opens, right? Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun to step down. It's just, I wish somehow I could clone myself. I really just need other people in the community who really want to work and be a team. And again, in the near future, you guys, I'm looking to find somebody who's willing to come out near me and work as a teammate. And we just build, and we keep building until we get more employees. But again, I'm trying to juggle so many things right now, and I've been spending a lot of time watching the market on top of everything else, and I'm just realizing if you get up before the market opens and you look at what's buzzing in the news, you can almost get the guaranteed read on what stock is no doubt going to perform well that day. And, we just did it with the Tesla stock last week. I put out the video, and what weirds me out is somebody left a comment after the fact. They're like, oh, so since your prediction fell flat, now what? And I'm like, how is somebody leaving a comment like this after the Tesla stock shot up that day and then shot up again Wednesday, the day I pointed out? That's what blows my mind when people come and leave these comments like the prediction was dead on. There's no comments to the video, and the one that's left is talking trash. It's like, what? But anyway, just like when cannabis stocks torched the market the other week on 15/3, the Ides of March, cannabis equals 153. But look at this. Dave Calhoun announces he's going to step down, and you just knew that was going to be good for the Boeing stock, right? Because the whole story right now is that he's the one who's attached to the collapse of the stock. And by the way, you remember how January 5th, the news was how the door opened on the Boeing plane, and then they focused on that for a whole week? That was 263 days after Dave Calhoun's birthday, the 56th prime, and Dave Calhoun equals 56 the small way. The big way, his name equals 191. And that morning, as soon as the market opened, the stock shot up just like that, 2.8 points to $191.65. So if you're in the market, if you had bought options that morning, because the Boeing stock had just been going down, 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 right? So you could have bought options as soon as this news broke that the stock, you could have placed a bet essentially that it was going to go up to 191. And getting that gain right is very profitable in options. It's a way to make a big return off. I mean, that's a pretty good sized movement in the market, 2.8%. But that kind of movement again, what I'm saying is Dave Calhoun 191, you're aware of this in the morning. You can be putting that in. I think it's going there, and then boom, it does, and then you make yourself a nice little profit. And see, there's guys on YouTube who started out with relatively low money, and they've gotten good at these kind of things. They might not use Gematria, they use other metrics, but they slowly built their bankroll, and now they're making big bets and really multiplying very fast. That guy's talking about who just, his name's Chris Sines. He was just boasting about how he got that feature story, and he's just one of these people on YouTube that's a day trader, and then he's at least once a week he's having a really good day where he makes a move like that, and he's on and talking about how he made $20,000 in 5 minutes. But that's how they do it, by knowing which way the market. You can make money on the market going down or up. Say it was at 191. Let's just say Dave Calhoun equaled 185. And the Boeing was trading at 191 that morning. We're just saying his name was 185. And let's say it was bad news. You could be like, man, this could fall down to 185 today. You can make a bet that it's going to go down that much. And if it does, boom, you've made a huge profit. So anyway, so many ways to use this knowledge. So many different ways to use this knowledge. Sports. Atlanta Hawks, 16.5-point underdog today. Beat the Celtics. We thought they had a great narrative to win as a 16.5-point dog. That was one of the biggest underdogs of the entire NBA season as well, and we're near the end. I can't think of many. I can remember some 15.5-point dogs. That might have been the biggest underdog of the whole year, and we liked them to win today. And it wasn't just about today's game. It also tells us what's up with the MLB season. So join us on Patreon if you want more information. But this knowledge helps you connect a lot of dots. And again, you can't get everything right, but you can get a lot right, and you can benefit a lot. So I'm just even going to skip some of these other stories. Yeah, I'm going to skip some of these other stories. All right, let's take some calls. Let's do that. I'm going to switch over the audio setting here so we can hear the callers real nice and clear. Again, if you want to phone in, there is still 21 minutes to phone in. As long as you phone in the next 21 minutes and wait on the call board, I will get to your call. It could take longer than 21 minutes, but you have to call in before that because the call board shuts down and it won't take any more calls. You have to be in before the timer expires. So, let's start. We got 4 people on hold right now, so if you call in, you're not going to have a long wait. The number to call in is on the screen. It is 563-999-3532. And about to go out to our first caller. I just got to switch around. Okay. All right. We switched the audio up. Let's go out to our first caller. Please be on topic. 515, you're on. 515? Oh, it's a troll. Well, what's nice about the call board is when we have trolls. Isn't it funny that the first person waiting is a troll? It's just like, how sad. But the nice thing about the call board is if you call back in from that number, you're automatically now in the do not take the phone call list. So 515, you're done. 856, what's up?
What's up, Zach, man? I just want to take the time to thank you, bro. And I don't know if you've seen, I'll be on Twitter a lot. I don't know if you see that, apparently the Simpsons predicted the boat thing, the little shipping, the thing that happened in Maryland. They predicted like that and the Diddy thing. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
You always got to check because there's so many fake ones now. Let's see. Something's saying it's already here. Let's see the one that says it's debunked. Let's see if it's really debunked. But I know that a lot of people do these fake Simpson things now, and it goes viral. And then they're doing this to diminish the history of the Simpsons actually predicting events before they happen. It says an AI-generated photo of the Simpsons that went viral on X, formerly Twitter, replicated ship Dolly's collision with the Francis Scott Key Bridge. So yeah, it looks like it's another one of these.
What, another troll? Yeah.
It's not real. It's they recreated it and made it look like The Simpsons, but it's edited. It's not something that was actually in an episode.
Oh shit! Yeah, all right. They done got us, but I appreciate the knowledge, bro, because I know, like, you know how, like, you know, I ain't gonna get off the topic enough, but you know how you said the knowledge, even when it comes to certain months of the year, how certain rappers will die and all that. Like you be really getting those things on point, especially the knowledge about like sports and all that too, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, King Von. When King Von died, Jonathan and I did a video that March. He ended up dying in November, but we pointed out how his new album showed that LeBron was going to win the finals, which we were already expecting, and that he'd probably die sometime after those finals. And he died like a week after those finals ended. Again, Kobe died at 41 that year. LeBron won the finals 41 weeks after his birthday on Father-Daughter Day. And then King Von died, I want to say November 6th. The finals that year were moved to October because of the COVID situation. But yeah, the King Von death was all by the numbers we pointed out in March. And yeah, sadly, we've circled a lot of dates that a lot of celebrities have passed on. But the King Von one was really specific.
Yeah, right, man. I appreciate you, Zach, because you make me dig so much deep in finding knowledge and all that, because the truth be right in front of our face, man. And I be understanding. Like it took me a couple of weeks ago. I didn't even know America really is just a business. You know what I mean? Everything here is just business.
Check this out.
America, the United States of America.
It's like a corporation.
The United States is two different damn things.
In Gematria, it doesn't lie. It doesn't lie in Gematria. Jesuit order equates to 144. Corporation equates to 144. The United States of America equates to 144. And again, over time, we've moved the capital to the Jesuit stronghold, D.C. We've moved the inauguration day to January 20th, which is symbolic to the Jesuits. They run this nation, and they do run it like a business.
And how come they never teach us? how come they never teach us things about being a sovereign citizen? Like they look frown upon people saying they're a sovereign citizen. Like it's crazy how we don't understand, we don't know our rights in law. You know what I mean? And like they really take advantage of everybody on this planet. And I see it, like, even when it comes to the race, because I'm an African American man, I don't give a fuck about someone's race, because at the end of the day, they're fucking both sides of us. You know what I mean? You got to see beyond the racial war. You got to see beyond the gay stuff. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Because we all fight the same common enemy. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
And I know, brother, I appreciate your work, and I know sometimes it can be frustrating because you're dealing with a lot of people that don't really quite understand. You know what I mean? Or you know, sometimes like when I dig deep, I understand that you get so deep where this knowledge can kind of upset you. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Because you know, like they say, like even like you get me, like I'm trying to be like you, Zach, man. Like I try to read the Bible, I try to understand all the walks of life, because in everything I think, and everything we read or things we do, there's truth in everything. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I'm like, I see why you get frustrated, because now people have the mental capacity to understand what's going on, or maybe some people just comfortable with not wanting to understand what's going on in front of them. They don't want to lift that veil up, because when you do take that pill, it's just a hard choice. You know what I mean? And you can't go back to living your normal life anymore.
Right. It's what they reference in the movie The Matrix about how people would rather not know. It's easier not to know. The one character, what's his name? Cypher. He wants to go back to the Matrix and just have a juicy steak. It's just easier to not think about serious things. So.
Right. And what are your thoughts on the Diddy situation?
Well, I covered it in this stream, and I put out a short video on it today, and it was a follow-up of a few more videos I put out. But again, I mean, if you guys have been following my work, I pretty much called it dead on last August when the Clarence Avant death happened.
Yeah.
I explained, again, for people who missed this, when Clarence Avant died, the Black Godfather, I point out how he died 54 years after he established Sussex Records, which equals 54 like Jesuit order. And then in the image of his death, he had his arms around Diddy and Jay-Z, who both turned 54 at the end of last year. And I pointed out then, I said, remember what they did to R. Kelly at age 54? They got R. Kelly in the huge Jesuit ritual, sentenced him to prison on that big Jesuit day, September 27th. What I was showing earlier in this stream and what I put out in the video earlier is the same woman who's a Georgetown lawyer, Jesuit lawyer. She prosecuted R. Kelly, and now she's prosecuting Diddy. And again, Georgetown was established by John Carroll when he was 54 years old. And John Carroll equals 54 like Jesuit order. And again, the Jesuit headquarters, the House of the Gisus, that address 54. And remember, Jesuit order equals 54 forwards. It equals 72 in reverse. The Diddy house raid was on 72 date numerology.
So everything aligned.
The Lil Rod thing, the thing you just had with Lil Rod. Lil Rod's birth name equals 54, and Love equals 54. He produced Diddy's Love album. Diddy's middle name now is Love, which is another 54 word. But the 5472 thing, that was in the Lil Rod ritual as well. Diddy's father was murdered in 72. He was shot to death. So so many famous men on the world stage lost their father at a young age. That even includes people like Obama. And I think that's part of how the Illuminati does it. They like to take fatherless children because then it's easier to shape and mold them because they don't have a daddy around to help them out. So I think Diddy's a perfect example.
Right. And I see that. And that's what they do, because they know that, you know, especially us black folks, like, because we struggle, we can be easily manipulated. Everything here is about manipulation. You know what I mean? And the 48 laws of power, they try to manipulate all of us every day. They manipulate everything. You know what I mean? Indeed. Even when it comes to like the food and sex and all that, they try to manipulate our whole life.
Yep.
So I feel you when it comes to that, Zach. But okay, Zach, man, I appreciate you, brother, man. Continue the good work, man. And thank you, brother.
Yeah, you're welcome. You have a good night.
You too.
All right, thank you. Again, if you guys want to phone in, we're going to be taking calls for a while, but you're going to have to get in on the line. There's 12 minutes left to call in, and then you can stay on the line, but once that 12 minutes is up, there's no more room to call in. Let's go out to 931.
Hey, how's it going, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much, man. Hey, listen, it might sound weird, but like, when's the last time, or if you ever have, looked up the word epiphany? Because I've never looked it up. I've always just been taught what it was. And I know we all shouldn't have the general definition of, like, you know, that aha moment, that moment of realization of something. But have you ever actually looked it up?
Here, before I answer this question, just somebody in the chat who's obviously new here says, damn, was Tupac like that too? I know you're brand new here. I realize I just need to get out children's books on all these short topics so everyone can have this stuff and understand it. The best way to explain it isn't a children's book. Tupac, again, died on Caesar Borgia's birthday, where White Jesus comes from him. And then they put out the Machiavelli album with the hit song Hail Mary, which can't be any more Catholic, on the very Jesuit day, remember the 5th of November. Go back and see all my work that I put out last year for the anniversary of Tupac's death about his record label Interscope and the Catholics that run that label and how perfectly synced his death was with the two men who founded Interscope. It's just it's sick. It's all the same thing. It's the Jesuits run all this and they do the same patterns over and over. But epiphany, isn't having an epiphany just like having a revelation? What's the actual definition?
Right. So that is the definition as well, but that's like the third definition listed. The first definition says January 6th, observed as a church festival in commemoration of the coming of the Magi as the first manifestation of Christ to the Gentiles, or in the Eastern Church in commemoration of the baptism of Christ. And then Magi is the plural of magus. And
that makes so much sense. Yeah, because the highest degree of the Church of Satan's MAGA or Magus and Trump and the January 6th. Okay, this is good. Yeah, nice.
Bro, I'm like, what the fuck? I looked at, because I'm writing the book, and I just always like to be sure of myself. And like I said before, I just have been taught the definition. I never looked it up, so I decided to look it up, and there it is. I'm like, what is this, bro? So
here, hold on. Here, I want to hear more about this. Just for all you guys who are, Tupac died on the anniversary of the Biggie album coming out, Ready to Die, and now this raid on Diddy's house is on the 27th anniversary of Biggie's second album, which came out right after his death, called Life After Death. All this stuff is connected ritual. Okay, come back to Epiphany and January 6th. Okay, I'm following.
Yeah, I mean, really, I just wanted to point that out. I got an idea of, you know, what to make of it, but I haven't really did any digging on it. But I mean, it's also kind of just plain and simple as well, right there in your face. Like you said, with the January 6th insurrection and Trump and MAGA and all this, it's a very off-putting definition. I just never knew it was there. But also I wanted to talk about, like the first caller was talking about, you know, it's along the lines of sovereignty. Do you know how seriously important 1999 was?
That was the year of the WTO riots up here in Seattle, the World Trade Organization riots. That's also a part of how connected Seattle is to New York, and the World Trade Center is coming down. And realize this ritual in Baltimore is impacting world trade. But what else about 99?
Yes. So at that same time, it was the end of this country's third and final bankruptcy, right? Now, in international bankruptcy laws, that's all you have is 3 strikes and you're out. Now, long story short, you know, back in the Revolutionary War times, it was three main characters: the crown, and the bundle of the Vatican, the Jesuits, and the 13 families, and London, France, right? Because they loaned us apparently like 1.6 million francs to fight that war. So again, that was the third and final bankruptcy, and it's really complex. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time, but do you know much about the post office and commerce? And how
make the point that you're trying to.
Is the head of commerce.
So just get to the point that you want to make about it.
Yeah, I mean, so basically since 1999, nothing has been legitimate. It's all been a farce. It's been a scam. I mean, you could easily say that too about really beforehand, because technically Benjamin Franklin was the first like illegitimate plant into the country, and he was the first postmaster general. So this postmaster general is basically in charge of all of commerce. It's a long story, but yeah, every presidency since that 2000 election, the reason why it was held off was because they couldn't literally elect the president, and they had to pretty much scam the people and trick them into thinking that they had what was the Florida Chads, the little indentions in the voting papers. But yeah, everything has been a farce since then. We're living under the whole government was supposed to be shut. The Constitution was a contract between us and the crown, America and the crown. When that bankruptcy ended, that third bankruptcy ended, that contract was canceled, and the postmaster general position was open, and the crown was the original postmaster general, but they had to vacate for like 18 days. And so you guys can look into him. His name is Russell J. Gould. Jould. He is the current postmaster general, and they're suppressing him, and he's trying to take the cabal down pretty much through papers, pretty much, and contract. Obviously they're not abiding, but yeah, everything is a farce. The entire government should have been shut down in 1999. Everyone should have been fired, and we should have had a new constitutional convention to set forth a new constitution. Never happened because they tricked all of the Americans.
I think the government's in a bigger farce for a lot longer time than just 1999. I mean, look at when they got rid of all the gold.
No doubt.
So yeah, it's just like, I mean, yeah, but I'm sure 1999 was another pivotal moment. Just like things get more absurd as time goes on. Yeah, this country's a joke. It's one big lie, is what it is. Just that's what I don't understand. We are lied to about everything. You have to accept that you've been lied to about your religion. You've been lied to about your history. You've been lied to about your country. You've been lied to about the stuff you should be putting in your mouth. You've been lied to. That's how they control us. They keep us in the dark. They're the Illuminati. They're illuminated. They know what's up, and that's why they play the game with us every day by this little illuminated cabal code. So anyway, appreciate it, man. I gotta let some more people in, but. Thank you. Keep up the good research.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
All right. Have a good night. All right. I like that guy. He's got thick skin and he's been doing good. He started on our sports stream. I had to like give him a lecture one day, and ever since then, man, he's just been impressing me a lot. What's up, 771?
Yeah, I was wondering if you heard about the Lincoln Memorial fire today.
Are you kidding me? Jeez. The Lincoln Memorial fire. We got the Civil War movie about to come out. I'll have to look more into it and see what's up. But no, I didn't.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Lincoln Memorial fire in D.C. All right, here, hold on.
I'm sure you could find some whoppers on it.
Is this the link? This is in DC. Yeah. Oh wow, DC. Yeah, I'll look into this.
Anything?
I'll look into it.
Okay, I was just wondering if anything jumps out to you just off the jump.
Uh,
I wasn't really sure like what date to really measure from. It's 18 days before his death date.
yeah, he was shot April 14th and died early April 15th. Just like the Titanic hit the iceberg on April 14th and sank early April 15th. Yeah, I
Right.
got to think about it. I'm sure there's definitely something to it. So.
Okay, and I wanted to ask one more thing. Do you think it's possible they're gonna make a bigger deal
90
out of
seconds.
the bridge collapse regarding like supply chain?
Well, just imagine if something happened at an even more important crossing to the nation, even more important port. So yeah, I think it's like dominoes, and you know how these people get real repetitive with their stories. Like I told you, I was watching news all day that day, just listening to what they were bringing all the talking heads to say, and some were talking like, well, other places are on the verge of collapsing too. This could happen a lot more in the not too distant future, and it remains to be seen. But
60 seconds.
yeah, I'll look more into the Lincoln thing. I didn't know about that until just now. Today's 45 days after his birthday and the 88th day of the year. Again, Trump has the big 88 connection and was number 45. That means it would also be, if Lincoln were alive today, it would be the 46th day of his age, and we are in the time of Biden, number 46, and his wingman was Obama from the land of Lincoln. I have to think about this more, though. I'm sure there's a lot more to it, so appreciate you bringing it up.
All right, thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah. By the way, if you guys hear that countdown, you got to call that number if you want to be part of the show, because this is how I'm taking the calls. You can get in before the timer. There's 10 seconds left. You better dial that number. It'll keep you on hold afterwards, but after that timer goes all the way down, it doesn't let you call in anymore. 602.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Zach. I
Hello.
need to I need to have a radio voice, so I'm going to try.
Okay.
I'm age 70. I referred to myself 4 years ago as Old Manbo. I would give you data,
Yes.
irrefutable data. The guy called in about 1999, the government being whacked. But there is a video from 2010 by a 12-year-old young woman who researched over 490,000 DNA documents, proving in 2010 that 43 out of then 44 presidents were direct maternal DNA of John Lackland Plantagenet, King of England 1,000 years ago, and at that same time, it was well known that 34 out of then 44 U.S. presidents were direct paternal DNA of unholy Roman Emperor Charlemagne. So that guy with the 999, the 666 really number. But I want to say I appreciate, for a couple of years I was blocked on leaving comments because I'm kind of rude. I'm loogie, trebuchet, or three other versions. There's three versions of loogie, and I've been freed up to where I'm no longer blocked. So I appreciate that. I like to add hard data. I'm not so much a numbers guy, but hometown, Tempe, Arizona, age 70. I'm waiting for the rapture.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, and there's a little bit of trivia. Mesa I've been to Egypt twice. I've studied with three learned Egyptologists in Egypt, and Mesa, MESSUH, is the boiled fat of the crocodile applied to the feet of the anointed one, and that was subverted and turned into Messiah.
Very good. Very good.
And one last chump change message. The place called Ukraine. Well, that was the original turf for the Khazaria Mafia, Khazar Nazi. And what blows me away is people can't see it's right there in their name. It's Nazi, but I guess people pronounce it Notsee. They know see it. So this
Right.
is Old Man Bo. So hi, charmed one. But thanks for taking my call, Zach.
Yeah.
Appreciate your work. I found you. YouTube recommended you in 2013. I followed you when you were Zachary K. Hubbard on the Wayback Dial. And Arizona, we can't gamble, so I couldn't make any money off that, off of the sports gematria or whatever. But appreciate your work. You're a ridiculously intense, ardent, adroit researcher committed to doing this thing. And where you get the energy, I don't know. I'm 70. I'm pretty much spent, but appreciate all you've done.
Well, you're welcome, and it's good to hear from you. Thanks for reaching out.
Oh, old man Bo out.
All right. You have a good night.
Loogie Trebuchet.
All right. Bye. Take care. All right. We got one more person on hold, 838.
Like, shut the fuck up before I put a bullet in your fucking mouth.
It's a troll. The last person was a troll too. The first and the last. Come on, man. By the way, something I forgot to talk about. The 86th day of the year, the bridge went down, right? A Singaporean ship. A big time ritual. Clocks go tick-tock. The president of TikTok is Singaporean. And just notice in the most simple cipher, you guys, just like Key Bridge is 86 in the most simple cipher, going with it coming down on the 86th day of the year. Again, 86 weeks after Nancy Pelosi shook hands with the Singaporean Prime Minister. Do you think there's something here with the TikTok too? You just had the potential TikTok ban on March 13th, and it'll go into effect 180 days later. Let me go back and look at that. Suffering from that United States of amnesia. I'm trying to remember what it was about 180 days later. I know I pointed something out. The lesser date numerology, or the date numerology the other day was 40. TikTok does have the 40 connection like United States and U.S. This is about the U.S. TikTok ban. That Maritime law goes back to 1851, 173 years ago. The 40th prime number. Again, amended 88 years earlier, like the bridge collapsed at the 88th minute. Oh, yeah, the day that, that's right. So the 180 days later that it could go into effect is September 9th. That's the day in history the United States of America was named, 9-9. The United States of America equals 99 when you run the alphabetical order forwards. When you run it in reverse, it equals 144, like Jesuit order, like corporation. So, yeah, the TikTok thing is interesting. This whole dilemma with TikTok, the time's a ticking, Singapore again. ByteDance, by the way, I remember the name of that company. ByteDance is 47. Same 34, 47, just like Maryland. Big numbers also on the bridge collapse. 47 years after opening, 34 weeks after Francis Scott Key's birthday, 128 days before his upcoming birthday, 88th minute. So, I'm telling you, rituals upon rituals, it's a new world order. All right. Let me see if I think D26 wanted to get in the stream. D26, are you out there? If anybody else wants to get in the stream, the other way to join now that we don't have our call board anymore, you can join by clicking the link. That is the other way to get in the stream. It's getting late. We can also wrap it up if we don't have any more contributors. But yeah, I think I hit all the main points. Talked about a diversity of topics. I'll go back to my better audio. Let me see here. That should be a better sound. But yeah, if anybody else wants to join, click that link that I dropped in the chat. D26 says, check out his recent tweets. If you guys don't know D26, check out his YouTube channel. It's great. I got to find his tweets. I forget what his... You may call me D26. That is it. Okay. Here, let's check out what he's got going for us if he can't call in. The Key Bridge in Maryland collapsed on 330 day of Randolph Sage, co-founder and first CEO of Netflix. Interesting. It reminds me that Joe Biden, he addressed the nation at 3:33. Obama's company that produced the movie Leave the World Behind sums to 333 like the birthplace of Netflix and 135 like Bavaria. Higher Ground Productions. And isn't that Stevie Wonder too, Higher Ground? And remember, you just had Coolio die on the 46th anniversary of Stevie Wonder's Pastime Paradise, the sample for Gangsta's Paradise. Sacrifice equals 46. Remember, I was just about rappers dying at 59. Coolio died at age 59 on his 59th day of his age on 59 date numerology, but also the 46th anniversary of the Stevie Wonder sample. When again, Sacrifice is 46 and Rap's 46 and Svengali's 46 and Genesis 46 begins with the Sacrifice. But yeah, that's wild because this is all synced up with Netflix. Netflix put out the movie on December 8th, 128. Power outage. Power grid equals 128. Smart city 128. Mark Randolph. Must be an earlier post because where's the first post about Mark Randolph? Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed 266 days after the nation's Independence Day. Ah, yeah. And that's another 128. And the Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator, is 266. You know, I'm going to come back to this. I realized one thing I forgot to cover was Donald Trump's $60 Bible. If you guys are new here, I've been talking about all the 60 rituals with the upcoming 60th U.S. presidential election. Again, go back to July 14th, 2022, the day that Donald Trump's ex-wife fell down the stairs 45 years after their marriage. That was the day that Trump said he would run in the 60th presidential election, and his wife died exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, which ran longer than a full calendar year. Again, it concluded 17 days later, July 31st, the day that Bill Russell died in a huge Jesuit ritual, the Boston basketball star who went to San Francisco, the Jesuit school, after the San Francisco team beat Boston in the finals. Bill Russell's dead on the 31st of July, the day Ignatius of Loyola died in history, the founder of the Jesuits. 31's the 11th prime number. Bill Russell with the 11 championships. But yeah, $60 Bible. And then all the media showed him holding up this Bible in front of St. John's Church. And check this out. He's doing this with Lee Greenwood, right? Oh, by the way, the idea is to make America pray again. Again, you guys, I'm not against prayer, and I pray, but prayer without action is worthless. Prayer without action and intent is worthless. Maybe worthless isn't fair, almost worthless. If there's not some kind of intent and action that goes, if you just like ask for God to solve all your problems and you do nothing in your life, almost guaranteed you're going to get absolutely nothing. You pray and you have the right intent, you might get help along the way. That's what I've noticed. But notice the $60 Bible meant to make people pray. And remember, the governor comes out from Maryland the first time he's on TV after the collapse, and they say, Governor, what can Baltimore do? And he says, the only thing you can do is pray. Now, is that true? Is that a true statement? The only thing you can do as a citizen of Baltimore is pray? That's what he would like you to do. Another thing you could do is look into it. Are you being lied to again? Are you being hoaxed? Are you being led down an agenda? Are you going to get taxed again big time? Is a major inconvenience in your life for this ritual that's going to put a lot of money in certain people's pockets but not yours? I'll have some troll back here in 10 years when they reopen the Newport and he's got a job there and he's making more than ever. He's like, it worked out for me. It's like, okay. Yeah, but remember how much this cost the taxpayers. For the few people that benefit, everyone will pay. And think about what way this is to go about it. To purposely demolish the thing. Order out of chaos. But yeah, the $60 Bible is going to make you pray again. The word holy 60, the word order 60. Remember, the Jesuits began with 60 members. The Jesuit order with 60 members. The 60th presidential election. In 1860, Lincoln was elected. He was assassinated. In 1960, JFK was elected, and then he was assassinated. But 60. Donald Trump has the 60. We've been talking about these things for years. People have been coming here and you're like, you're wrong, Zach. He's not going to be the nominee for that election. Where's all those people from years ago? Hope you guys came back and supported the work. Looks like he is. But, yeah, this Lee Greenwood. Lee Greenwood, for the record, equals 128. This was announced the same day as the bridge collapse with the massive 128. Again, check it out. Lee Greenwood. This was March 26th news, too. Just reminding you who's running the whole show. Lee Greenwood, 128. Also 65. Bridge collapse is the same thing. Bridge collapse. Whoops. I wrote V-Ridge collapse. Bridge collapse, 128.65. But, yeah, what's wild is this guy, Lee Greenwood, he has October 27th birthday. That's the same day Philadelphia was established in history. That's the day leaving 65 days left in the year. And this church that Trump was at to promote the Bible was also established October 27th. Isn't that interesting? And from October 27th, or excuse me, I take it back. From the Pope's birthday, December 17th, Saturnalia, to this ritual was 100 days later, and that church that Trump was at, St. John's Episcopal Church, 100 days after the Pope's birthday. Donald Trump's not keeping it 100. He's just enjoying being the man on the stage and all the perks that comes with the power and the celebrity. But he's also a puppet on strings. That's why every day he's doing the perfect ritual in the right spot with the right numbers. Puppet show. And let's not forget that that band, Avenged Sevenfold, that started out as a Christian band. They put out that music video right when Trump ran the election, and it showed all these leaders in the world on puppet strings, and up above Donald Trump puppeting him in the video was Hillary Clinton. And remember, Trump was good friends with the Clintons, lifelong Democrat before he switched over in the time of Obama. Jesus, the Son of God, the English language from the church, the word son, object in the sky, male offspring. Stars are the special people in our world. Donald Trump, a star, now with the Bible, promoted in a big old ritual. And let's not forget, this was also this March 26th story when this broke was exactly 32 weeks before the upcoming election, like the 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo, like America's 32. Looks like I didn't finish writing my sentence there. Half the time I'm like trying to do something, I'm getting phone calls, emails, text messages. I can't stay focused. All right, so coming back to D26, just the 128s all over the place. Yeah, so he measured from Independence Day, which was smart. 266 days later, again, we're in the time of the 266th Pope, Pope Francis, the one who spoke in D.C. back in 2015 on the 266th day of the year, because the Jesuit motto, Jesus Omnium Salvator, is 266. Let's see. The NOAA, which has to do with the investigation of this, D26 sees a little bit of an eye in that symbol, and I see what he's saying, no doubt. I mean, the red triangle is the part that's off. But you have to stare at a computer screen and work all day. Your eyes can start looking bloodshot like that. Okay, yeah, we definitely covered the 47,263 piece. Okay. All right. I think I wonder. I wasn't clear on where this Mark Randolph came from, so I'm going to look up that name. Mark Randolph. Oh, I see. He's the CEO of Netflix. Go figure. And Netflix has been pointing out all these things. If you guys haven't seen Obama's movie, Leave the World Behind, there's so much coded information in that. Again, one of the key things is Leave the World Behind equals 192. And you see the name Commodus at the end of the film, who's from the time of the fall of the the Roman Empire. And look, Commodus died in the year 192. Commodus died he died in December too. That movie premiered on Netflix in December, but leave the world behind. Most simple cipher, 192. He ruled from the year 177. Huge number with the Jesuit history. The Jesuits didn't exist back then, but the Jesuits carry on the Holy Roman Empire. But yeah, there's a lot of 76s in that movie. Remember when our cell phones went down, it was a huge ritual by the numbers, and it was 76 days after the movie premiered on Netflix. And now this happens in Baltimore, which is on the 76th Meridian West. This country was founded in 1776. Barack Obama has that Gematria 76. Again, so does slave, so does Negro, so does blues, so does Rasta. Acts 7:6, the 44th book of the Bible, the verse about slavery. 400 years of slavery it's about. 400 years of slavery. It began in 1619 with the White Lion, the ship in his film. All right. So anyhow, let me say thank you to the people who supported the show. Thank you very much, Maggie Connor, for becoming a member. That was nice of you. Thank you, Warrior Messiah. Appreciate that. Shout out to 13 Serpents again. Thank you, 13 Serpents. Warrior Messiah ×2. Thank you again, Warrior Messiah. Oscar Garcia, always with the generosity. Thank you. Sosa Will Chamberlain, Arizona coach, loses his 108th game, 1,080-day span after hiring. Pac-12's 108th season. Last team stays on 88 wins. Last played 128 a.m. Crazy. There's probably something about baseball then with that too, because Arizona was just in the World Series. And of course, Major League equals 108. There's 108 double stitches on a baseball. And this ritual happens on opening day. Yeah, there were some other even easier to observe things about why Arizona had a troubling narrative tonight. And yeah, I did advise my people. Clemson was a good hedge tonight. You definitely came at it from a different angle than I did. But yeah, those are interesting observations. All right. Shout out to Paula the Kitchen Witch, who gifted a Gematria membership. Thank you. And shout out to John Mendoza, who's always generous with the dollars. So we raised 7, 9, 19, 24, 26, 27. $27 during the stream. Thank you very much. And shout out to Sage Zero, member for a month. But yeah, I think we did hit all the main points, and we don't have anybody else joining the stream. We didn't get as many calls as I hoped for. I'll post the link one more time if anybody else wants to add. The name of the ship that hit the bridge was the Dahlia. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. People keep telling me I need to look up the Salvador Dali painting called The Ship. Hold up. Salvador. Remember, it's all sync with Salvador Dali, who painted the painting of the broken bridge in the dream. For the record, the broken bridge in the dream, the word dream equals 41 key. They call it the key bridge. Key equals 41, so does lock. USA equals 41. 41's the 13th prime, going with the 13 stripes. Something else I thought about with, okay. What speech does the name of the painting make you think of, but kind of the opposite? The broken bridge in the dream is the Salvador Dali painting. What speech comes to mind when you think of the dream? Remember how MLK was assassinated on the 95th day in 1968, and he assumed the name Martin Luther after who wrote the 95 Theses and led the Protestant Reformation? Again, Martin Luther and the 95 Theses. MLK, Martin Luther King Jr., assassinated on the 95th day of the year. This year, if MLK was alive, he would have turned 95 on January 15th. His son died a week later. But Baltimore equals 95, a predominantly black city. So now we get this broken dream thing in a black city. And from what I've heard in the media is that where the bridge is like the black part of town. Go figure. But that's how these people work. And again, just like Lincoln was saying, the Jesuits were the greatest purveyors of slavery and were like really, fueling racism in America. I mean, think about what we're talking about today. Their ritual. Salvador Dali, The Ship. I've seen this comment a few times and I keep forgetting to look it up, but it just came to me that I got to look it up. It's from 1935. Wait, this says 42. How come the other one said 35? It's in St. Petersburg, Florida. It's near Tampa. Okay, I'm going to assume it's 42 since I don't know why in that other... I guess Google's lying about 35. Let me just confirm one other spot. A lot of people just regurgitate what Google says, but since this is his website and archive and it says 42, that's probably the right year. And that means this year's 82 years later. The broken bridge in the dream is definitely the one that fits in a lot more with the ritual. I'm sure there is something to this one, but I don't understand it as much. Okay. Oh, we got a D26 sighting. What's up, D26?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Just running from my class. And pardon for the background noise. I'm in the middle of the street. So you
Your
were
call,
supposed to.
your
Yeah.
connection, I think,
Is
is
it
a
audible?
little bit broken. I think your connection's a little bit broken up. Try again.
All right. Okay.
He started to sound more clear though at the end. He started to sound more clear.
Is this okay?
Yeah, that sounds better.
All right. So I was saying that you were supposed to expand the post and look at the photos. So what I meant about in the beginning of your stream, that 1936 is the same year Pope Francis was born, and the collapse was not only 266 days after the nation's age, but also 266 days before the Pope's 88th birthday. And the movie which was released, Leave the World Behind, that was released 322 days after Joe Biden's oath of office, and yeah, it was released on Netflix, and Netflix was created in Scotts Valley in California, and California equals 88 like Maryland, and the birthplace of Netflix was in Scotts Valley, and the mayor of Baltimore is Brandon Scott. And one more thing, in case you probably missed, I said this in the last stream, but he got distracted with the audio settings. I'll just reiterate that again. The collapse was 201st day of Virgin Mary's birthday.
The 201st day. Whose age?
Virgin Mary's birthday, September 8th.
Oh, would have been the 201st day of the Virgin Mary's age. And the Queen died on that day, September 8th, with Operation London Bridge. Okay.
And I couldn't have made it unless you told me that it was Virgin. I think Maryland is named after Virgin Mary. That's what you said in the comments. That's what I was able to make that connection.
The Queen only went to one American football game, and it was Maryland and Connecticut, too. So, that is very interesting. And again, the Queen died 201 days after her COVID diagnosis. And she was a part of the Fern Hollow Bridge Collapse ritual because she released a flavor of mustard that day, and the Steelers in Pittsburgh play at Heinz Field with the mustard company.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, there's
Oh
something
yeah,
going on there.
one more thing. Leave the world behind equals 321. The bridge collapsed 321st day of Salvador Dali's last birthday.
Say that part again.
The name of the film, Leave the World Behind, equals 321. And the bridge collapsed 321st day of Salvador Dali's birthday. His previous birthday, last year.
Is his birthday January 23rd?
That's his death date. I was referring to his 11th
Oh,
of May,
yeah, that's right.
2023.
His birthday is May 2nd. We were talking about 46 days to his birthday. That means that the bridge collapsed 63 days after his death anniversary. I might have said 83 earlier. I might have misspoke on that. 63 days later, like how Francis Scott Key died at age 63. So. Are you still there, D26?
Yeah, also did you also cover that Julia Roberts equals 150 and the collapse was 150 days after her birthday?
Interesting, because she's in the Obama film, and Matthew Perry died on her 56th birthday.
And since you're talking about Julia Roberts, her name, as in the name of her character in the movie Leave the World Behind, the name of the character was Amanda Sanford, and that equals 263 and 52. 52 like the bridge was created 52 years ago, and 263 like the date.
Yes, and again, the bridge had a 56-meter clearance or 185 feet. Yeah.
And talking about that, the name of the character played by Mahershala Ali, the other actor, his name is George H. Scott in the movie, and that equals 56.
Yep. Good research.
And someone was saying that, like, I'm not sure if this is confirmed, but to say that there were Indians in the engine room or in the captain's cabin. I don't know if they were Indian Americans, but I had this one long back in my notes. But Indian American national or American Indian national equals 201, something like that.
Okay.
And I think I'll just that's it. I won't go more because I'm also getting late for my lecture.
All right. Appreciate it, D26.
Yeah.
Thanks for finding time for us.
You too.
All right.
Have a good night.
All right. Bye. All right. We got a DK Stonewood signing. What's up, DK?
Can you hear me?
By the way, before you go, this observation, thank you to Benito for the generosity. And yeah, again, Baltimore had their bridge fall 58 days after the AFC Championship. Again, the Baltimore lost in that, falling to 5-8 versus the Chiefs before the Chiefs won Super Bowl 58. So this person makes the point that April 9th, kind of like 4-9, like the 49ers lost to the Chiefs in Super Bowl 58, April 9th will be 58 days after the Super Bowl ended. And I'm just thinking, yeah, that's right, because, 56 days later would be that Sunday. Yep. Yeah, it was the 42nd day of the year. April 9th this year is the 100th day of the year. So, yeah, no doubt that's 58 days later. That's a thought, man. I mean, that's that could be. That's good thinking. Thank you, Benito. All right, what's up, DK?
Can you hear me well? I'm kind of busy because I'm going back to work. I took a boss job tonight, which I don't normally do, but nobody wanted them. So kind of got to do some errands in the background. Can you hear me from this distance?
You're good.
I don't know, D26, if he's still listening. No, those are not Indian Americans. These are merchant Marines. They're from India. I talk to them all the time. Most of the crew on a lot of the ships will be all Indian, and then they'll have like a Russian, first mate and captain. They never have like the captain and like the whole crew of the same nationality, probably because they don't want them getting too comfortable and fucking around and whatever. So, but I talk to these guys on a regular basis. Most of them are from like New Delhi or Mumbai or whatever, these big cities. Tons of Indians sailing on these ships as mates. Tons. More than any other ethnicity. Even on the Chinese line ships, you'll have like an all Indian crew a lot of times. Instead, you'd expect like all Chinese, but yeah, so they're very popular in the seamanship, the Indians. It's probably who knows how many colleges and trade schools they have dedicated to that out there. Probably D26 can attest to that. Anyway, I've been so busy today I haven't been able to check, but somebody told me to look into Operation Gotham in regards to this bridge thing. If you want to look that up real quick, real time, see if there's anything viable. While you're looking that up, I'll continue talking.
Is that Operation Gotham Shield?
I think so, yes.
Huh. I noticed the date it concluded because Trump put out that $60 Bible on the same day of the bridge thing. I was talking about, or actually, never mind. Disregard what I'm saying. I'm reading the dates wrong. It did end April 27th, the 117th day of the year, going with the bridge thing. You have some kind of bridge parallel with this?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it yet. A couple people told me look into this Operation Gotham. It has to do with the bridge. So I don't even know what Operation Gotham is, when it was, or anything yet. I'm just saying.
It ended on the 117th day of 2017, and that's a bridge number. So it's interesting.
What is Operation Gotham? What is it about?
It says, was a 2017 exercise conducted by the United States Federal Emergency Management Agency, which tested civil defense response capabilities to a nuclear weapons attack against the New York City metropolitan area. Operation Gotham Shield occurred over the course of 4 days from April 23rd to 27th, 2017, and was part of FEMA's National Exercise Program. That means it began on the 113th day of the year. Again, that was a big number at the Cold War, 113. The operation involved the hypothetical ground burst of a nuclear device at the New Jersey side entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel, resulting in hundreds of thousands of killed and injured persons, and 4.5 million refugees from the initial blast and subsequent fallout. Due to the location of the simulated attack, in light of this Gotham's New York and the Batman series, remember the latest Batman film, they do the attack on New York City November 5th, which is the big Jesuit day, but it's also the election upcoming. Due to the location of the simulated attack, the operation scenario assumed the disablement of destruction of FEMA's Region 2 Regional Response Coordination Center, which required transfer of command functions to the Region 5 Regional Response Coordination Center. In the final phases of the exercise, a hypothetical massive influx of refugees from the attack overwhelmed the resources of neighboring states.
I don't really see any correlation there, other than if they claim this was a terrorist attack on this ship, which they're saying it's not. Yeah, doesn't seem very correlated to me. Other than if they do say this ship was like cyber attacked or something, who knows? I'll look into it a little bit more when I have time. Also, another thing I just heard you mention, I don't know if it's like necessarily that pertinent, but did you know the London Bridge is not actually the London Bridge? The real London Bridge is in Lake Havasu, Arizona. They moved it there piece by piece, and some guy who bought it didn't realize, he thought he was buying another bridge in England, but he that was like colloquially called the London Bridge, but it wasn't actually the London Bridge. So he purchased that bridge, and then he had it shipped over to America stone by stone and rebuilt. And it's right outside of the London Bridge Hotel in Lake Havasu, Arizona. Maybe you've been there. I used to party there all the time while I was in college. And actually, that's where I met Too Short, at the London Bridge Hotel at their club called Kokomo's. He was in front of us in line at the little sidebar for drinks, and we're like, Too Short's in the house, and he turned around and he was super cool. But remember when he had that song that's something like, I rap for like 44,000 hours or 33,000 hours or something. It's like 44 albums and they bump. Like, did he release some numbers in that? You know what I mean? That we should be looking at.
I off the top of my head, I don't know that exact song. He does have a huge catalog, but yeah, if you can find the lyrics, I'll look into it.
It's one of the more recent ones. He's all, I think it's 44. He's all, I got 44 albums and they bump, you know, and then he's talking about how many hours that was of rapping and stuff.
Well, he recently, you know, and again, he's on Sirius XM. They did the whole ritual of DMX in tribute to LL Cool J's station on 43, RIP DMX. I know that he did that little super group with who was all in it? Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, and somebody else, maybe even like Kendrick Lamar or something. And that's what I mean. He's turning 59. He might want to know the knowledge and be extra careful here as he turns 59. But yeah, maybe in more recent days, you know, he needed to get back on the stage and maybe he signed a contract he shouldn't have. You just never know. So,
yeah, he seemed fairly like, you know, kind of like a layman when we met him. He wasn't like all pretentious or anything like that. He was totally cool. I'm like, I'm going to go request one of your songs right now from the DJ. He goes, which one? And I can't remember now what I said, but because when we met him, there was actually a song of his playing, and then we talked to him for a few minutes. I'm like, I'm going to request one of your songs right now. And yeah, he was pretty cool. He was a pretty cool guy. Didn't have like a big ass entourage or nothing. He had one guy with him.
I just noticed. I noticed his Twitter page. He doesn't have a blue check mark. He doesn't get a lot of action. I was just like, huh, that's interesting. So.
All right, well, that's kind of all I had to add. I kind of got to get dressed back for work real quick, and I'm a little behind. I was just listening to this live feed. Probably missed like 30 minutes of it. I was just listening it to on 2-speed, trying to catch up. By the way, you were off on that thing. You said if you want to call, you have like 30 minutes left, and 10 minutes later it shut off. So,
well, I know when the timer went off. You just have to call in before the timer runs out. It does a countdown at the end.
Oh, it has it on screen?
Yeah, it starts even making noise when it's counting down at the end. It was like if you go back and if you were in that part of the stream, you'll hear it's like 90 seconds.
I did hear that, but I heard that after you had said like 10 minutes after you said 30 minutes. I thought he said 30 minutes. It's only been 10. So anyway, I was like, maybe it's off. Maybe it's on like, you know, maybe it's not on Pacific Standard Time or so. I don't know. I was just, it seemed weird how it was off by 20 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
But anyway, that's all I had to add. If there was anything there viable, I don't know. I'll have to check back into it later. I haven't done anything today as far as truth or work because I've been too busy.
Yeah. Indeed. The people in the chat are saying, play the song Blow the Whistle.
Yeah.
That's not one of his classic songs, though. That's more recent times. So.
Yeah, the one I was talking about is also more recent, and it's probably on that album, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and just type in that lyric and see what pops up on YouTube. I'm going to take pictures tonight when I go back to work right now. I'm going to take pictures of the clearance underneath the cranes just so people can see what they're claiming about that bridge is total bullshit.
Okay.
Like we have cranes that have like 150-foot clearance, 170. The highest ones are like in the 180s. And are you sure that bridge is 185 or 187 like the kill code?
I'm just going off what the Wikipedia. I can look more at find something more official. Wikipedia says 185 feet or 56 meters.
Which, I mean, compared to the videos and pictures they showed us, that's not what that is, because that's the height of the containers of the height of the containers on the bridge would be on deck would be that high. So for them to claim that that's the height of the bridge also makes no sense. Then it wouldn't no ships would be able to pass under it then. Plus, that's not that big of a ship. Makes no sense. Also, people were saying that the bridge turned right toward one of the pylons. I guess it was pylon number 4. Like at the very end, all of a sudden, like it was targeting it. It was like totally obvious, you know, that it steered for that column that at the end.
Yeah. I'm reminded of something looking at the chat. Does anyone remember when Diddy was doing like a live stream with Drake and he was talking about how certain rappers have number codes? Does anyone remember this clip? I got to figure out where that is. We got to play that. Diddy talking about rappers and number codes. So
that was Puff Daddy said that?
Yeah, it was probably a couple years ago now. We were covering it at the time. I don't remember where I got to go to dig it up.
Yeah, and like you said, all these guys that end up on the scene big, their dads died, you know? Just like Barack Obama's real dad, Sabood, was also killed over there in Indonesia by the CIA, and then he got his mom brought him to Hawaii, and I guess that's where he got his new Wikipedia dad, for lack of better words. But you got Sean Puffy Combs. That's a Jewish name. Where did he get that? How usually they count through their mom. These fake Jews they count through their mom. I guess that's how they pass the liar gene on, or whatever, the reptilian gene, or whatever the hell it is. They pass on through the mother. So that's why I was wondering, how come they always kill the dad? You don't see like all these guys with missing moms normally. It's mostly missing dads. So I thought that was kind of strange as well.
Yeah, indeed. All right, DK. Well, let's get back to work, man. Appreciate you checking in.
Okay.
All right,
Talk soon.
care.
Bye.
Shout out to Father Time. He said the thing that DK was talking about is actually from the song "Blow the Whistle." Okay, yeah, and I know that's like a more recent popular Too Short club song, but that's not the one I grew up on. So, Arizona had some scary things going against them tonight with Clemson. Here, I'll show you what was the big scare for Arizona tonight. They're on 60 wins in the tournament, and their season ended on 27 wins, and 4 teams from Carolina advanced this round. But, yeah, we were worried a bit about Arizona tonight because Clemson Tigers is 60. Arizona stayed on 60 all-time wins in the tournament, and Clemson alone is just 27, and Arizona stayed on 27 wins for the year. And there was a couple other things too. Like if you read out Sweet 16, it's 66, and the coach for Clemson got to 6-6 in the tournament. So, yeah, I didn't want to see Arizona go out, but we were worried. So, the best call of the day was our 16.5-point underdog Atlanta Hawks. So. You win some, you lose some, but we win a lot more than we lose. Okay, here's Mr. Persistence. All right, I'm going to make this a podcast, so please don't ruin it. N201, what do we got tonight?
So we call Kansas City, Missouri, the 241 city, right?
Okay.
Because in the most simple cipher, Kansas City.
It's got the 241 and 124, and Prince's brother once died there on the 241st day of the year, leaving 124 days remaining. So, yeah, the city has the 241-124 connection.
And 35 Thursday is this Thursday. I mean, technically we're Friday now, but Thursday. So I'll just say today. Today was a 241-day span from the Minnesota bridge collapse, and Minnesota was playing in Kansas City today. And their starter, Pablo Lopez, he became 12-8 with the Twins, like bridge.
Yeah, that's exactly what I pointed out. I know you don't support my Patreon and you call in and tell me what's in my notes every day, but yeah, we did well in baseball today, and we like the Twins to win because they were part of the bridge collapse ritual, and exactly, their pitcher became 12-8. They also had a few other things going on. Baltimore's riddle to win today was a 201-177 special, the Jesuit order numbers. So yeah, the bridge stuff is all over sports right now. But go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you had the 241 part, that it's the 241st day of the anniversary of the Minnesota bridge collapse.
Right, which is on Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary. But yeah, I like the Twins a lot today. And didn't they win 4-1 today too?
I believe 4-1 was the score.
Yeah, like Baltimore 41. And Baltimore got their last win of this spring training against Minnesota 8-3. And Clamps 83. So, by the way, when Prince's brother died on the 241st day of the year, the day leaving 124 days remaining in Kansas City, Missouri, which is 241-124, it was 83 days after Prince's Prince's death anniversary, No, I'm tripping. It was 83 days after his birthday anniversary. And again, we know about murder in 83. And his surname, Prince, was Nelson, which is also 83. And Michael Jackson's 83. And Prince's brother died on Michael Jackson's birthday. But yeah, so people can see that Michael Jackson's birthday is also the day leaving 124 days left in the year. Michael Jackson's 124. And we all know he went out by the code, synced up with that This Is It tour he was supposed to go on. But that's what Joey was talking about. Kansas City, Missouri, 241, 124, August 29th. Fitting day for a big ritual in that city. The death of Prince's brother. That's the old one.
The other riddle for the Orioles to win was angels equals 163 in Jewish Gematria, or on the calculator, it's called Latin now. But angels 163. It was the 163rd day of the angel pitcher's age, and he got his 38th loss. That was about as clean as they come. And I called Trout's home run. I also called a Jose Ramirez home run, but he didn't hit it. He hit a triple instead. I notice if a player has a good riddle to hit a home run, they might only just get like a triple.
Juan Soto hit a home run today, didn't he?
Yeah, I think
Juan Soto had a nice narrative today. Juan Soto had a nice narrative to pop one out of the park, and he did. So that's the one we talked about on Patreon today.
No, I don't think Soto homered today. He had an outfield assist, though. No, Soto didn't homer today. He had a outfield assist, a game-winning outfield assist.
Oh,
it's like
maybe
that's how they the people listening to the podcast. This is how they do it. Like, for example, I just said Jose Ramirez had a pretty good riddle to hit a home run.
Well, this podcast hasn't been at all about sports decodes, really. So I mean, it's not even anywhere near the topic of what the show's about, but.
Well, the sports tie into the news, so
right. But I'm just saying that wasn't really something we were covering tonight.
Right.
That's what I do on Patreon. That's why we try to get, because that's the only thing people financially support. So
that's true. Yep.
Except for you. You don't. You just hit me up with the things I decoded earlier in the day.
Well, can I go over my Mike Trout decode for his home run? Because I called the Mike Trout to have a home run.
Trouts are in the river. He did it in Baltimore today. First home run of the season. Sure. What'd you see?
Well, I noticed that he came in on 368. And of course, yes, the trout fish are in the river. I noticed that afterwards. But he came in on 368 home runs. And of course, his next home run would be 369. And so I said, okay, so how's it sync up? How's this sync up with Tesla? Because, of course, as we know, Nikola Tesla. And think about the movie Leave the World Behind that's synced up with this bridge collapse where Tesla's malfunction. Electric cars, power going out. The power going out is why
we covered all this back in December when the movie came out, right?
Right. But Trout hits his 369th home run. I said he's going to hit the 369 today because it's a 105-day span from Tesla's birthday. Baltimore, Maryland equals 105. And Baltimore, Maryland also equals 75. And today had 75 date numerology. So the perfect riddle for Trout to hit the 369. Just the classic forwards backwards riddle. Like Baltimore, Maryland, 75 forwards, 75 date numerology, 105 in reverse, 105 days from Tesla's birthday. Just another really clean riddle. He did it in his first at bat too.
Yep. First home run of the season, indeed. Yeah, I saw that headline. I thought that's got to be a joke about the bridge being in the river. A Trout home run in Baltimore. So anyhow, all right.
Yep. Thanks for having me on, man. Peace.
Yeah, and get healthy. So your voice has been off for a while now, so make sure you're getting enough nutrients and vitamins and all that.
Oh, for sure. I eat 13 scrambled eggs a day
because I use too many. Because something's off with the voice, man. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, but you sound a little bit like lispy these days. I'm like, this isn't lispy, is it?
No,
I don't think it is.
It might be my allergies.
Okay, well, I just never heard you like this except for the last 2 weeks, so you might want to get that checked out. All right, take care, Joey.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah, 13 eggs. You better be getting a lot of exercise. If you get a lot of exercise, you can eat 13 eggs, and if not, it's going to be too much cholesterol for your body. All right. So yeah, if you guys got here late, you might just want to rewind. Again, thank you to everyone who supports the work. Super chats are one way to do it. Thank you to everyone who did that. Other ways to donate: Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, PayPal. Support the Patreon. Yeah. Again, I don't know what it takes to get people. I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna have to get like a smart idea where you like get a T-shirt and something else that's actually usable, and then you do like a one-time pledge. Maybe we can get a lot of people to support that way. We need some serious resources though to make something serious happen. We're slowly but steadily approaching the goal. You know, I can see ahead that we will eventually reach the point where we have an employee and a location, and eventually, hopefully, more employees. But yeah. I just imagine what this could be if there was a team of people every day working by my side and somebody had some nice video editing skills, but these things are expensive. It's like, you want to hire some computer guru. Well, he's like, what do I want to work for you for? I go work for big tech in Seattle. They'll pay me $300,000 a year. It's like, well, shit, I can't afford an employee like that. But again, we had resources coming in. Fall of America was backing up the work. Again, you guys, for 10 years, I've been here every single day, exposing exactly what's going on, laying out the future, showing people how to take advantage of the rig system. Could have took advantage today of the 16.5-point underdog Atlanta Hawks. That ritual with Atlanta and Boston is so important, what they did and how synced up it is with the baseball season. It might also tell us the baseball future. But, yeah, eggs aren't bad. Eggs definitely aren't bad. Eggs have testosterone, and a lot of men need that. It's just if you're eating 13 a day, quite American of you to eat 13 eggs a day. But you just got to make sure you're getting a lot of exercise so that your good cholesterol competes with the cholesterol that comes in from the eggs. If you're not exercising, can be a little bit of a heavy dose. So. My path is all math. Yeah, and Rick Ross also has the song Freemason. And isn't Jay-Z on that? And there's the image of Jay-Z in the Prince Hall Masonic Lodge. Yeah. Again, that's what they etch on the Masonic Temple. All is number. 4th book of the Bible, Numbers. Is the question about what is an eclipse? That's got to be a joke, right? What is an eclipse? That's got to be a joke comment. If you don't know what an eclipse is, welcome to Earth. An search engine is a very helpful tool. Here, let me just scan the headlines here before we wrap this thing up. Make sure there's not anything else we need to cover real quick. CNN still focused on Trump's Bible on the 88th day of the year. CNN puts up this story about Trump's Bible 153 days after the anniversary of that church he posed in front of. As we know, Holy Bible equals 153, like the miraculous catch of 153 fish, Jesuit Order 153, the Illuminati 153. Again, they use the Bible like a playbook. There was a bridge that collapsed 56 years earlier in 1967. We've been meaning to look at that one more too. 1967 bridge collapse. Let's see. Silver Bridge. The Silver Bridge. Could that have something to do with the moon? In alchemy, the moon is silver. The sun is gold. It was U.S. Route 35 over the Ohio River, connecting Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and how do you say that? Gallipolis, Ohio? Probably just mutilated it, but On December 15th, 1967, the Silver Bridge collapsed amid heavy rush hour traffic, resulting in the deaths of 46 people. Isn't it funny how they just continue to report the same numbers throughout history? It's like, it probably wasn't the real number. Again, sacrifice equals 46. Like Genesis 46 begins with the sacrifice, like how 46 is a big part of this bridge collapse ritual where they say people died. It was on the 38th parallel in the 82nd meridian. But yeah, 56 year. It'll be the 50, or we just passed the 56th anniversary. The 57th anniversary will be later this year. The thing that's noteworthy about the 57th anniversary coming up in 2024 is the word moon equates to 57. And again, in alchemy, silver is the moon. Silver is also money. These bridge collapses, like we said, are ways to create an argument to get more money through taxation from the populace, which makes more profit for the bankers. So. Yeah, we've been exposing the Donald Trump deception and just the whole two-party deception. I mean, we were on the two-party deception big time. I've been speaking out about the two-party deception since way before I even knew what Gematria was. But we've been exposing Trump by the numbers every day since he announced he was running in 2015. It's been one number ritual after the next. And you know what? In light of today being the 88th day of the year here, I'm just going to dig up a really old post of Trump from 2015. I have so many from back then. I'm just going to search in my old website, freetofindtruth.blogspot.com. I'm going to search Trump 2015 88 and see what pulls up here. Well, the problem is I wrote 2015 in post from 2016. I have all sorts of things here. I'm just trying to find an old one. Our work has evolved a lot since we started. The Donald Trump assassination scare in Nevada. I don't know if there's a way to sort by chronological order. I have so many old posts on Trump. My first book, Letters and Numbers, has a huge chapter on Trump. I wrote that book in 2017. Here's just an old post. Trump's assassination scare on November 5th, which will be the date of the election this year, 8 years later. He had remarks about the Second Amendment. He referred to people as Second Amendment people on August 9th, which is the day leaving 144 days left in the year. Again, the long pattern of assassinations and 144. November 5th is also 144 days after Trump's birthday, but it was 88 days after his remarks. Just remember, again, Trump equals 88 like Elizabeth, as in the old queen's name. Purple equals 88. Trump came out to Queen, We Are the Champions at his 2016 convention, 88 days after the Queen's actual birthday. This is my old post. Trump calls out gun owners, 101 like assassin. 88 days later, Mr. 80. And remember, in 88, Trump did the interview with Oprah. He did the interview with Oprah about if he'd like to be president someday, way back in 88. And Oprah equals 58, like he won the 58th presidential election. But yeah, this is an old-ass post, just emphasizing the 144, always talking about the 144. Every major U.S. presidential assassination is 144. Lincoln shot on 14/4. JFK 144 days from meeting with the Pope. RFK at 1:44 a.m. Remember when Trump was saying, I am Batman, and then the Batman actor died at 88? Adam West. Trump said, I am Batman. Trump equals 88, like Batman and Robin. Bruce Wayne's 45, like Trump's number 45. Trump says, I am Batman to boy on helicopter ride. Remember in the 33rd episode of Batman, Batman reveals that he found his skull and bones. But yeah, I was trying to find my older posts. I mean, these are older. These are from 2017. It's a minute ago now. Hold up. I remember I got some real old posts about Trump like blaming everything's on Mexicans in 88. Here's one, November 3rd, 2015. Donald J. Trump's Crippled America, released November 3rd, 2015. 113. Remember, Scottish is 113, as in the Scottish Rite. Trump's of Scottish ancestry. Orioles winning their first game after the bridge collapse, 11-3. When Trump first became president, we said, watch out for the 88th day of the year. They're going to do something crazy. A helicopter crashed on Trump's course in Maryland, the 88th state. Speaking of another Maryland 88, I don't remember what this is with Patrick Kane, the old Blackhawks star, number 88, but there was something to it. Patrick Kane, born in 88, number 88. Okay. Oh yeah, it was the Breton Bay golf course where it crashed on, and we were just waiting for the big Trump 88 ritual on the 88th day of the year. Ended up being that from Inauguration Day, or no, that's right. It wasn't the 88th day of the year. It was Trump's 88th day as president. That's what it was. We were just waiting for the big 88 Trump ritual. If you write tax plan, it equals 88. I remember when Trump unveiled his tax plan on August 8th, 2017, a few months before the election. Hold on. There's just so many old posts just documenting Trump in 88. That's all. That's the point I'm making in light of him being CNN's top story tonight about his Bible. Dr. Harold Bornstein, his doctor, who told us how he'd be the healthiest president. Look, I mean, just you got. I have so many archive posts. Like, we can't possibly go through all of them. But yeah, just it's been a Trump 88 show the whole time. Look, 263 as well. The 56 prime. Go figure. I wouldn't even have caught that back then because that post is from 2015 before I even was doing reverse gematria. We didn't figure out the reverse until 2016. 1988, when Oprah asked Trump if he'd run for president. All these things. If you've never seen Trump's Serta ad talking to digital sheep years before he became president, when it was called on November 9th, you got to watch this ad right here. Serta talking to sheep, just major predictive programming. This is from Suddenly Susan. Trump is our next president. This episode's from May 8th, 5-8. 5-8. Then he goes on to win the 58th election. It was called I'll See That and Raise You, Susan. Released May 8th, 97. He did a Fresh Prince episode with Will Smith and that whole crew. Yeah, I covered all this stuff years ago in my last book or my first book. Yeah, again, Trump coming out to Queen, we are the champions. He's on the Drew Carey show, Cleveland Rocks, ends up having his convention in Cleveland right after LeBron wins the finals on the real King James's birthday. Been on Sex and the City, which has that 58 connection, like how he went on to win the 58th election after announcing from the 58-story Trump Tower. That episode's called The Man, the Myth, the Viagra. Unreal, man. That's the day leaving 159 days left in the year. Donald Trump equals 159, like Scottish Rite. Funny. I was thinking with my search, though, I was going to pull up this old article from 2015. It was just all 88, and it was Trump blaming Mexicans for doing all the raping. And then by the end of the year, he's talking to Billy Bush on the bus. Span of 33 days from the selection. About how he likes to take the ladies. Oh, yeah, here he is talking to Rudy Giuliani in drag. In purple. And oh, that's right. They do a little kiss on this. I think this thing was on HBO too, the Jesuit network. But, by the end of that year, Donald Trump was the proud pussy grabber who seduces women by taking them to the furniture store and letting them buy a new piece of furniture. Remember when Bill and Hillary conceded in purple? Again, purple just has that Gematria 88 like Trump. Huh. Dance music superstar Avicii dead at 28. That was a big old ritual. Julian Assange in the headlines by the numbers. Always some Trump controversy. Anyway, yeah, I'm not pulling up the article that I thought would come up right up at the top. It's possible that the article doesn't exist on my website. Google does actively delete older posts from here. Here's back in 2016 after the Cavs came back and won it on the real King James's birthday. Let's see, Obama was still the president. It was 98 days after Obama's birthday that he had the Cavs there. I must have wrote it down. What? I didn't write it down. I know we already knew that pattern from way back when. Did I really not write it down? National Basketball Association's 98. So is what's etched on LeBron's back, chosen one. I bet I forgot to post my screenshot there. The first year that LeBron beat Curry in the finals, LeBron had his season high 42. Tribute to Nate Thurman, who wore 42 for the Warriors and Cavs. And then 98 days later was game one of the finals, and it went to overtime, 98-98. But yeah, then Obama in 2016 when they went, has him at the White House. 98 days later, the chosen one, LeBron. Obama, Trump meet for first time at White House. What day was that? The same day as they did that the same day that they had the Cavs there after Trump had his convention. See how it's just crazy how people don't catch on. Same day. It's funny to go back and look at this stuff. All that we've been documenting for all these years. It was 144 days after they won the finals. 98 days after Obama's birthday. Jesuit 84, Jesuit Order 144. Crazy. Yeah, again, this is my old website, freetofindtruth.blogspot.com. I'm still looking, but I still haven't found what I was looking for. That year that the Warriors won the finals, they won 88 games, and they won the 88 days after Curry's birthday. California has that 88 connection too, but so does Trump, who was synced up with all the sports back then. This coming year, the Pope will turn 88 December 17th if he makes it. Not sure he's going to make it, though. We'll see. Again, Ignatius of Loyola equals 87 like the Catholic Church. It would be a symbolic age for the old man to go. He's had some health problems. They made a big deal about this speech on the day leaving 88 days left in the year, his rally in Arizona. I'm surprised. Based on what I searched, it should have came up right away. I have a feeling they got rid of the post about Trump being blaming everything on Mexicans. It was totally racist. I forgot about this. Trump is the Raven by Garrison Keller. Again, they just synced up this claps with the Ravens and Trump went to Fordham Society of Jesus School. We're making the point. That day can be written 19/1, the day Edgar. Yeah, because he was comparing him to Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. Garrison Keller, 84. Like Jesuit. Like the Twilight Zone. Mm. Back when I lived on the western side of the state, I had Comcast and I could pause the TV. I used to take a lot more TV screenshots back then because I could pause and rewind the TV, which was super helpful. I miss having that because sometimes you miss something and you're like, damn, I can't go back and capture that. That Garrison Keller was 74 when he did that ritual. Go figure. I don't know how the search I did didn't already bring up the post I was looking for. I have a feeling that they deleted it. These things shouldn't be coming up before it. I searched 2015 Trump 88. I mean, I still remember it. It was in the early days of him running and him blaming everything on Mexicans, and they were coding 88 all over the article. Document from then up to now 1,000 times. Oh, yeah, that's right. Trump got Linda McMahon of the WWE as a small business advisor. Like, come on. Donald Trump, who's hosted several WWE events, who's actually got into an altercation with Vince McMahon. I remember when McCain went out by the numbers. "56 years to the day, Melania wears baby blue for Inauguration Day, just like Jackie Kennedy did January 20th, 1961. You know this is going somewhere. We've been looking at all this stuff for years. Now the 60th election coming. JFK assassinated after the 1960 election. Ralph Lauren has the Gematria 54 like Jackie Kennedy, like Jesuit order. Wild. 56 years to the day. Straight Jesuit. Washington, D.C., 56 land. Ralph Lauren's clearly in the club. Melania was 46 back then. Oh, you know what? Melania's going to turn 54 this year. Whoa. Whoa. I'm glad I found that post. I wasn't even looking for that one. But look, Dealey Plaza has the 54 connection. If I can spell it right. Dealey Plaza has the 54 connection where JFK got shot. Also 45, like Trump number 45. And then RFK got shot at the Ambassador Hotel, which is also 54, like Jesuit order. And Ambassador Hotel is 153, also like Jesuit order. But yeah, wow. That's making more sense now. It was by Ralph Lauren, and she turns 54 this year. I gotta make sure. Yeah. Hold up. Let's see how her birthday lines up with the election. Her birthday's April 26th, right? Isn't that what we just saw? Trying to type here with one hand. Let me make sure it was April 26th. April 26th. Gonna be 54 this year. Time flies. Where did her 40s go? Let's see. God, 193 days to the election. That's crazy. That's the 44th prime. JFK was the 44th term president. He was number 35, killed at age 46, Catholic numbers, but the 44th term president, shooting is 44. And there's something about JFK and 193 that's escaping me right now. I know there's something about JFK and 193 too. But wow. And in 2016, he had the assassination scare on November 5th. So same type of thing. I bet I have it somewhere, but Melania, if you don't know this, Melania back in the day, back before she was with Trump, she did some kind of spoof thing for TV, which was emulating the day that Kennedy was shot in the Lincoln. I got that somewhere. That's why I hate that they deleted my YouTube channel, because I know I used to have a video just with that title, and I showed that video clip, and it would just be so easy to access right now. But that's on a channel that was deleted 20-some channels ago. Might have even been on my very first channel before I got any of them deleted. But yeah, this the baby blue thing, and now something's up here. It's going to be 64 years later now, and space is on a chessboard. Trump's Jesuit education began at Fordham in 64. Video unavailable. Those are from the channels that got deleted. That could have been like, see these related videos. I bet you anything I had the video there, her like doing the Kennedy thing. That's what sucks about getting deleted. Obama issued a warning about Trump from Berlin where the wall was. All these little jokes, man. Just all these jokes over the year that nobody caught on to. He did that on the 322nd day of the leap year, the anniversary of Catherine the Great's death. Yeah, the way they've just clowned us, and just the fact that Obama was at the prime minister's spot right before the bridge collapse too. You know, there's something up with that. Tom Cruise running across the bridge over there. Operation London Bridge. Look, 54 minutes after the hour in Berlin. In our interest to work with Russia. Interesting in light of where we are now. Yeah, if you wanted to go through all of my old posts, you would be scrolling through posts for like at least a year straight, because there's, even though they've deleted a ton of posts, there's still over 30-some thousand posts on this website. We've been putting in work for the last decade. I still haven't come up with the damn post that should have came up right at the top. But that's all right. We're finding some interesting things. Remember when they did this at the Brussels, Belgium airport, and they put the 33 on the door? It's like, come on. Come on. And then they said that these were the guys that, like, you couldn't even make out the images. The one dude looks like Shock G. R.I.P. to Shock G. They even got him, man. That's sad. Back when I was making that point that he looked like he could be Shock G in that blurry thing, he was still living. They got Shock G by the numbers. Here's that Batman TV show, reference to Skull and Bones. Batman the movie, section 322. Same director who did this movie did the Tenet movie, which is a lot like what happened to Russia on March 22nd. Film begins with an attack on a concert hall in Russia. Yeah, I'm not finding what I'm looking for, though. There's a lot to this post. Yeah, it's crazy how much archive work I have online, and people think this stuff's a coincidence when I've just been documenting the same stuff for over and over and over. I mean, it's just like people are just too lazy to look at what's been documented. Who knows all about Sandy Hook and 112? If you're new here, you don't know anything about Sandy Hook and 112, but you really should. These numbers are so revealing. There's a reason the Jesuits claim to operate in 112 countries. Sandy Hook got the Jesuit fingerprints all over it. Charleston church shooting. We got confronted by Chris Singleton, whose mother died there. And then we did an interview with him, and then later he offered me money to take down the video. And I said, I don't want your money, but I did take down the video. In a way, I want to put it back up, because just like I told him in that video, if people don't get this knowledge out, this terrible stuff's going to keep happening. He's like, oh, I think like kids shouldn't know about this, and kids look me up because I speak with kids every day. It's like, no, kids do need to know about this. This is the world they're going to inherit. This is the world they're growing up in. They need to know how it's really operating. Chris Singleton's out there. I got paid $7 million because my mom got killed. Oh, yeah. Remember this when they were talking about how Trump was like a racist? He's carrying around Mein Kampf, which equals 88. And then they had this kid, the Dylan Stormroof in the 88 shirt. They put Dylan Stormroof in the same cell as the one officer who shot the. Oh God, I forget. There was, I want to say Scott wasn't his. I can't remember. Shot the one dude in the back. Just huge ritual. All these divisive rituals over the years. Okay, I can only assume that they deleted my post that I was looking for because it's pulling up everything but that post, and it like doesn't even make sense to me. Here, let me. By the way, I have just chapters on my. This is the first book I ever tried to write. It was called Revelation and the Birth of a Nation, and I just decided it wasn't good enough, so I just posted all the. If you search, you can find all the different chapters on the book. But this was chapter 8, and some of the chapters are long. I mean, there's a lot of written information because I was working. This is the first book I was ever working on. And then what happened is I learned reverse gematria. That's what it was. I learned reverse gematria, and I was like, whoa. Like, I think I have to revise everything I'm doing. There's a lot more information than I already knew. But, yeah, if you search just, like, chapter numbers, you'll find the little chapters of the first book I was trying to write. So this one was about needless racial division, chapter 8. It's too bad that over time it looks like the pictures don't work anymore. What's up with that? When I first started on this thing, Google didn't own this platform. Google owns it now. That's why they have that's why they can delete my older posts because they own rights to it. That's how messed up it is. That's the problem with these companies getting so big. Next thing you know, your little Blogspot account is owned by Google and they're deleting your information because they don't like it. This is a long old chapter here, man. I forget how much work I put in. And again, I was grinding every day from 2013 through the end of 2018 and never made a penny off the work, never had any ads on anything, never sold anything. But did change a lot of people's lives and help make a lot of people money in the process. That's why I would have thought that, like, I mean, I am grateful for the people who do support the work, but I would have thought there'd be a lot more people in the work that would be down for the cause based on what we've demonstrated in all these years. Hold on. How's this post not coming up? Trump, rape, 88. Let's see if that pulls up. That doesn't do it. Trump, rapist. Remember when he was blaming all the Mexicans for the raping? I'm thinking they got rid of the damn post. It's whatever. The point is, I've been documenting the 88 trail with Trump forever, and yeah, now on the 88th day of the year, they want to talk about his Bible, his $60 Bible for the 60th presidential election. I mean, what's more obvious than that? And this is the same guy who had his wife sacrificed, but hey, that's a biblical concept, sacrifice. 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year. What's this? UConn surprised with special gift for Sweet 16, Kobe 6 shoes. Oh boy. Doesn't UConn have 5 championships right now? I thought they were going to say Joseph Lieberman's head. I thought that's what they were going to get. The Kobe 6s have real Joe Lieberman's blood in the soles like the Lil Nas X Satan shoes. Again, Joe Lieberman dead at 82. Joseph Lieberman, 82. Longtime Connecticut senator. The word game, 82. Next thing you know, UConn wins their game with 82. Again, Lieberman, 56. UConn was up 56 in points scored in the tournament. UConn on 33 wins for the year when Lieberman dies on the 33rd day of his age. Politics, sports, scripted rituals, over and over. Hold up, we got somebody else in the room. What's up, man? Thanks for coming on.
Oh, hey, what's up? Sorry,
Hey, what's up?
I've been chilling for a while. I kind of forgot I was even in the back room.
I didn't notice the whole time. I just looked over at the screen and saw you were there. So welcome in.
No, you're good.
Welcome
I was actually trying to find your post too for you because I was getting pissed that you weren't finding it. I was pissed for you.
I think they've deleted so many posts, and I haven't looked for that one for a while, but it's just an old post, big emphasized headlines of Trump and blaming the illegals for doing all the raping, but they coded like 88 into every headline. So
go figure. Well, shit. Yeah, I just had like several things I wanted to touch on from the whole bridge thing. I've got like a vomit of notes, but I'm just gonna kind of go through some things and obviously try and not repeat things I know we've talked about. But one thing, did you happen to notice yesterday? Did you happen to catch that Pete Fruity Booty, as I believe you referred to him as? Did you happen to catch his news conference yesterday coming on exactly 1:28?
Oh, I didn't catch it with my own eyes, but I got message that did happen. I wish I would have caught that one.
Yeah, I looked it up. I mean, I literally just Googled it, and it just amazes the shit out of me. I mean, he's coming on to address the whole situation the day after, and literally, right, it's almost like the news was hurrying to get to him by 1:28, which I'm sure they were. And
you'll see when you're aware of this, you'll see how these guys go on TV at the exact minute all the time. It's just like Biden went on TV on February 22nd at 2:22 Eastern sharp to explain what was going on in Russia, Ukraine, when of course order out of chaos is 222. But it happens all the time.
I've shown that
aware.
video to my family.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just crazy that they actually almost missed it. It turned 1:29 shortly after they cut to him. But so yeah, I just didn't know if you had caught that or not.
Is there a screenshot of that somewhere? Him at 1:28? I would love to have that screenshot.
Let's see. What was yesterday? 27th?
Yeah. I guess that's true. You could just look up the news clip and actually watch it, huh?
Well, yeah, that's how I did it. Someone had brought it to my attention, so I Googled it, and I just watched the news briefing. I don't remember what station it was on. Probably doesn't matter, but this one's coming up as C-SPAN, but I don't think that's what it was. Because it was an actual...
Well, I'm sure C-SPAN was probably carrying it, but then it's probably also syndicated by the news. I don't know if C-SPAN will have the time up on the screen, though.
Right, yeah, because this was an actual news broadcast, and they cut to it. Now, this might be it.
But yeah, again, I mean, this stuff, that's why it just drives me nuts that people don't catch on. Because if anyone would just listen to what we're saying and then just pay attention, you'll see how they're just doing it again, like right away. And again, Joseph Lieberman's full name is 128. He's falling to his death the next day after the big 128 collapse. It's like, come on.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous, man. I mean, yeah, people just like everyone says, people just either are stupid or they literally just don't care to know. And I do know a lot of people like that, but yeah, I'll start saying something and they'll just be like, no, I don't want to know. It's like, okay, whatever. But yeah, I wish I could find that easily to pull that up for you. I feel like I found it rather easily yesterday, but anyway, I'm sure we can find it eventually. If I find it, I'll try and send a link somehow. But so yeah, he came on at 128. I just found that sickening and hilarious at the same time. We were talking about the whole leave the world behind as well, and I did see someone, I think it was in one of your comments from a video today, mentioning some timestamps in that movie, and I went through and looked, and it seems like they're accurate, very accurate actually. That the ship, the White Lion, makes its appearance at with 128, 1 hour and 28 minutes left in the movie.
Wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of edits like that in Hollywood if you're really paying attention. Good catch.
So yeah, it does, and it does. That's its first appearance. Exactly 128 left in the movie, and then they also mentioned the bridge collapse. I didn't notice, unless I mean, I did it quickly, but it didn't look like the bridge itself collapsed. I mean, the scene had a bridge in it, and it was on fire. It looked like it probably had collapsed. I didn't see it collapsing myself in the scene, but they did. They cut to that scene showing the bridge in the scene. At the 128 mark of the movie. The 1 hour 28 mark of the movie.
It also makes perfect sense.
So those two things just are pretty crazy. Another thing with
hold
that
on,
movie.
I gotta figure out how to hear you and mute this. I'm just trying. I on the background here. I'm just trying to see if I can get "Leave the World Behind" up here and get some frozen screenshots to. So at 1 hour and 28 left in the movie. All right, there, the sound's off. At 128 left in the movie, let me see. You're saying that's when the big ship comes on?
With 1 hour and 28 minutes remaining, yes.
All right. Let's see. The full
That's when they
movie
start seeing the
is
ship in the distance, I think. That's when
2
they start
hours and
showing it.
21 minutes. So. I forget where the ship thing happens. I haven't seen it since December. Wasn't that early in the movie when the ship comes on?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was pretty early. Like,
so it happens at about 14 minutes into the movie. The ship. Because the kid says, "Holy fuck," and then it's it's coming right at him at like 14 minutes. I'll tell you something that equals 14. Obama. Obama equals 14. So the white lions got all the white people running crazy on the beach. So okay, that's 14 minutes in. The movie is 2 hour. Well, through the credits, it ends.
the
Looks like
Netflix version, I think, is 221.
Almost 222. So you subtract 14 minutes from that. That's like what? About 2 hours and 8 minutes or 2 hours and 7 minutes. So I don't think that 128 thing's quite right.
It was 60. It was 200 and, or no, yeah, it was 128 because it was at the, when I was watching it on my computer this afternoon, it was at the 2 hour and 8 minute mark left in the movie. So that would have been 128 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that makes sense, right? Because that's 128 minutes. Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right. Okay, I was thinking an hour 28, but yeah, 128 minutes. Yeah, that is right.
Yeah, yep. And then the scene towards the very end, where the bridge is on fire and looks like it has collapsed. They cut to that scene. I believe it's with a minute, or it's an hour and 28 into the movie at that point.
Hour and 28. It looks like an hour and 28 in. The big brother's talking to the little sister. He's in his bed.
Let me see if I have that written down right. Well, here, fuck. I think I still have it up on my computer too.
But yeah, it is true. It's definitely 128 minutes left in the film when the white lion thing's happening, and the white lion equals 128. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so it would be just the opposite. It would be at the 2 hour and 8 minute mark.
Oh, at the very end. Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it. Yep.
So yeah, like I said, someone pointed those things out to me, and I went and confirmed them for myself. So obviously, that's
So look here. I'll put it up frozen so everyone can see it. This is 128 minutes into the film. 128. What a nice scene, right? What a nice scene.
it's not showing on your thing because it blacks it out.
Oh, really?
Yep,
God,
I
hate
I
that.
found that out. I went to take screenshots and it blacks it out, so I had to download an extension so that it would not do that.
All right, so here, let me describe the scene to you since it's all blacked out. You're getting a shot. You see New York from a distance, and it's obvious that there's a mushroom cloud over the city. There's another secondary explosion not far away. There's little fires all over the place, and you can see that the bridge is also blown and it's on fire. So, all kinds of chaos. 128 minutes into the film. Indeed. Yeah.
Yep.
That's not an accident.
Not at all, dude. Not
And
at
again, Netflix put it on their platform on December 8th, 128, which was you know what else is crazy? That's the anniversary of the Baltimore mayor taking office December 8th. And his last name is Scott, like Francis Scott Key Bridge. But the characters in the film, the father and the daughter who are black in the film, their last name is Scott. So,
And I noticed that the Netflix or not there's 3 different releases for that movie. If you've noticed that, like there was the premiere, which was like a private premiere, which is the one that you referred to on October 25th. Then there's a select theater release
on JFK assassination anniversary,
yes,
November 22nd.
Now on that theater release on 11/22, that theater release is the 326th day of the year.
326. I see, like March 26th. Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, I found that pretty interesting too. And then the other release, the 12/8 release, that was that Civil War movie that's coming out, dude. That's got a lot of ties to. I actually ran some dates between the collapse and that movie, and also the release dates of those 2 movies. And there's some parallels between those as well. But like from the 12/8 release of Leave the World Behind to the upcoming or to the collapse was 109 days. I noticed Civil War is 109 minutes long. That was just where it starts.
And again, cyber attack equals 109 like military. And from the Netflix release of the film to this bridge going down was 109 days later. And again, it just ties in with the little part about the power going out on the ship. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's some interesting things there with the release date, with the release dates of those and the Civil War movie. Another thing, I forgive me if I repeat anything, but I don't think I'm going to. The 17 stuff with the ship Dolly equaling 17. There's a lot of Masonic stuff as well, and I don't know if you ran into any of it along your decoding.
Dolly's 26 in the most simple cipher too, just in light of it happening on the 26th.
Yes. Okay. I actually hadn't even thought of that. The 17 is what drew my mind at the moment, or at the time. So with it equaling 17, and it was a 17 date numerology, it was 17,170 days, so 1717 from the bridge opening to the collapse. And the Freemasons were founded in 1717, right?
Right, and then this country's founded 59 years later, the 17th prime, and the House of the Temples at the address 1733.
Right. The Ravens lost that 128 game with 17 points. The Minnesota bridge collapse was 17 years earlier. The Civil War movie is being released 17 days after the collapse. 17
The anniversary
is
of the start of the American Civil War as well, in light of Obama being from the land of Lincoln.
that's the land of Lincoln. That's my state.
They won
17
tonight.
is
Illinois got it done tonight.
they did get it done tonight, and you know what sucks? I can't fucking bet on them because I'm in Illinois, and we have a stupid rule where we can't bet on our own colleges. I hate that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it sucks. There's like a handful of states that are like that. So yeah, 17 is the 7th prime. Maryland's the 7th state. Just some more 17 and 7 stuff. March 26th equals 77. The bridge opened in 77. So here's some more Masonic stuff. There's a lot of 33s and 3s. For one, there's a 3 on either side of the ship. I think you have to go underwater to see it, or at least it has to be above a certain water level, but I have seen the pictures and there is a 3 on either side. And in fact, there's a shit. Can I send a link? Have you seen any videos of the ship other than the news? Like, have you seen any amateur videos?
I haven't looked.
There is a TikTok video. I don't even know how I came across a damn TikTok of it. I don't even use TikTok. There of someone actually like in the they had to have been with I don't know how that video got out, but they would have had to have been with authorities because I mean they were right up in it, and they had a headlight and they were shining the light on it and stuff. I mean at night, and it shows that 33 on it. Let's see, TikTok. So anyway, while I'm trying to find that, the 33s, the collapse happened 33 weeks before Baltimore's founding. The bridge opened 33 weeks and 3 days after Francis Scott Key's birthday. It was from the collapse. It was 33 days to the anniversary of Maryland becoming a state, and 33 days from the anniversary. So right in that sweet spot. It was also 10 months and 27 days, like 127. It was 3 months and 3 weeks to the Freemasons' birthday. Also a span of 3 months and 22 days. One of the first news articles I read, they referred to the International Longshoremen's Association. It must be like a local thing because it said International Longshoremen's Association Local 333. It was just like someone that they were, I don't know, working with literally right after it happened. I saw that right after it happened, a couple hours, there was an announcement on TikTok or on Twitter. It said that the conference for the collapse will be held at 3300 Fort Armstead Road.
They just do it all the time, man. It's just like
it's just ridiculous.
They do. I mean, just again, I've been here every day for over a decade, just documenting this exact stuff every day, and it's like, God, and people still think that all this is a coincidence. You can't see these people are just like flaunting it. They're just flaunting it.
Absolutely. And it's just, I mean, at this point, I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether to laugh or I don't know what to do anymore when I see all that stuff. But you just come to expect it. But it's just damn amazing, man. Did you happen to see that the Sri Lanka flag, which is where the ship was heading? Did you know the Sri Lanka flag has a lion on it?
Let's go back and look at what happened in Sri Lanka. They had that crazy thing happen a while back. No one in the United States of amnesia is going to remember, but it was catastrophic. Hold up. Let's go back to that ritual in Sri Lanka. Oh yeah, they got their new president on the 201st day of the year in 2022. Who could forget that? And that was they had the crazy rioting July 9th, 7-9, like bridge collapse is 79. Like again, it happened 79 years after the Salvador Dali painting. But Sri Lanka rioting happened on July 9th, 2022. It was crazy. And then they got the new leader on the 201st day of the year. Huh. So that you're saying the Dali was supposed to go to Sri Lanka when it crashed?
Yeah, it was heading. Yeah, so it was out of Singapore, and yes, it was heading to Sri Lanka.
Let me
And
see
it was
how many
supposed
days
to
it was
arrive.
on
It
this.
was supposed to arrive on 4/22.
It was supposed to arrive at 4/22. That's the
On April
113th.
22nd is when it was
That's
supposed
the
to arrive.
113th day of the year in the leap year, and that's what the Orioles won their score with today, 11-3.
There you go.
Interesting.
And there was a 22s as well. That 22, the last bridge inspection for that bridge was in 22. Leave World Behind was released 22 weeks before that. Maersk, the company with the ship, equals 22. One thing I was trying, and I was hoping maybe you'd be able to help me out on this because I haven't cracked the code, so to speak, yet. But on the ship, there is some numbers, and it ends with 428, which is the day Maryland was founded or became a state, which I found fairly interesting, obviously, given the circumstances. But yeah, there's the number on the ship was a 9697428. But yeah, I just found it pretty amazing that the 428. I was like, I've seen that before because I'd already been looking. I was like, oh shit, yeah, that was when Maryland was founded. It was on 428. So who knows if that
Just
was
for the record, in light of the ship going to Sri Lanka, from Sri Lanka's government getting overthrown to the bridge collapse was 89 weeks later. And again, chaos has the gematria of 89, 26, like it was the 26th of the month, 19, like it happened on 19 date numerology, also 19 months after Nancy Pelosi being in Singapore, and like the ship being from Singapore. And then chaos also has the 46 connection, like it came down 46 days before Salvador Dali's upcoming birthday. So I don't think that's an
I got to
accident.
share some of that. I got to share some of those stuff, like that Nancy Pelosi stuff. Like, that's just ridiculous. I got to share some of that with my family. Like, oh, yeah, she was in Singapore, like shaking hands
On
with
Francis Scott Key's birthday. And then,
right.
Exactly 86 weeks. And one day later, it comes down on the 86th day of the year when it's known as the Key Bridge, which is 86. So, and then the TikTok thing's interesting too, because TikTok's 86, and the president of TikTok is from Singapore as well. And this is a big time ritual, like a clock goes TikTok.
The symbolism is just everywhere, man. Just everywhere. Shit. I feel like there was one more thing. I'm trying to skim my notes here. Yeah, damn. I really want to be able to find that fucking clip that I've had of that ship. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal. It's just an interesting interesting viewpoint that if you haven't seen.
Well, if you find it, feel free to send the clip to my email, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com. Yeah, and if anybody out there has the clip of Pete Booty is gay at 1:28 yesterday, somebody else left a message about that, so I have no doubt it happened. But I'd love the Pete Booty is gay clip as well.
Man, I have a habit of downloading every important clips that I see. And I have no idea why I did not download the booty gay clip, but I actually have. Can I send a link in the YouTube? Will that?
You can send it since you're in this room. You see how there's a thing to go to like a private chat? You can just link it there too. You can also put it in the YouTube chat.
Okay. I just shared it because it was in my we'll see if that works for you. But
it says to download it. It's a clip of the boat.
yeah, it was because it was saved to my photo library, so I just shared it with iCloud. That was the quickest way for me to do it, but because I couldn't find it on my browser wherever I had it there.
All right, this is the dolly, huh?
Yeah.
Dolly. So you're saying in this clip you're going to end up seeing the number 33 on the boat?
Yeah, it's kind of written. I mean, you can see it on either side. It's written right up there at the front. It's not together. It's 1 3 on one side, a 3 on the other side.
Oh yeah, I see the 1 3 down on the base. Okay, so you got 3s on both sides.
Yeah, it's on either side of it. So
maybe it's the first of 3 planned events. 3 has a strong relationship with 56, and 263 has the relationship with 56 as well. Yeah, 3 on both sides. Yeah, I see it. And it doesn't look like, it almost looks like it was written on. Doesn't look like it was the
yeah, it does look odd.
Yeah, it looks like it was just like put on. Huh. Interesting. Okay, appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Yep, no problem. That's really pissing me off that I can't find that. But anyway, yeah, I'm sure I'll get off and I'll realize something I wanted to touch on, but I think I probably got most of it. What did you say your email is if I get that clip?
GematriaEffectNews at gmail.com.
Okay, easy enough. All right, yeah, I'll send that to you because I know I've got it. And you should blast that one out there with the rest of your stuff. Yep, for sure. All right. Sorry, I'm just taking one last stab through my notes just to make sure there wasn't something I was forgetting. But I feel like there was something with the with Dali and his paintings that I'm forgetting to mention. But I guess maybe I'm not.
Okay. Well,
but yeah,
send it.
I appreciate you taking my call, and I appreciate everything you do. And yeah, let's wake up the fucking world, man.
Indeed. Well, thanks for being a good contributor. I appreciate it.
Yep. Have a good night, man.
Take care. All right. Somebody said, how do you join the stream? Earlier, there was a call-in board. Now it's the link. So I dropped the link in the chat if you want to join. It'll probably ask you to join through your Google account, which shouldn't be too hard, assuming you're watching on a Google account right now. But yeah, I also want to wrap this up. We're getting right near the 4-hour mark. And once again, went longer than anticipated. But thank you one more time to the people who contributed tonight. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Warrior Messiah. Thank you, 13 Serpents. Thank you, Warrior Messiah ×2. Thank you, Oscar Garcia. Thank you, Sosa Wilt Chamberlain. Thank you, Paula the Kitchen Witch. Thank you again, John Mendoza. Thank you, Sage Zero. And thank you, Benito, who had the good observation about, do we need to wonder about 58 days after the Super Bowl ends in light of Baltimore getting whacked 58 days after the AFC Championship? All right, Regi, you're on.
Hey, Zach. I just had a quick point. Wanted to point out to you about the 128 connection from the Baltimore ship crash.
Okay.
You had a story on your website back from February 18th, 2022, speaking on the Seminoles fullback Clarence Pooh Bear Williams.
Okay.
There is a chapter of the Seminole Club of Baltimore and it's a Florida school, but there's a chapter of that school, the Club of Seminole in Baltimore, and in light of the 128 connection and the Charlie Ward's 51st birthday, 128 days after Charlie Ward's 51st birthday, and that player dies, maybe there's some connection there, or a I don't know, some sort of future prediction that could be made there with a port of in Florida, or you know what I mean, something like along those lines. But just wanted to point that out.
Okay, that's a thought. I can look into that.
But yeah, that was all the that was the only points I wanted to bring up.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night. All right, and then we got Sam the Shroom Man.
Am I on?
You're on.
Is my audio quality okay? Because my mic's different.
It's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So just wanted to point it out. So first off, with the bridge collapse, I noticed you briefly went over a couple times ago, I think, of the Obama film and how it foreshadowed it with the bridge going in. And you went over that, right?
Yeah, we were talking about the timestamps in the movie, how they're 128 for the ship and for when New York's just had essentially a nuke go off or something.
Yeah. So, and of course, the Barack Obama and the eclipse have the 8/4 day. But in addition to that, with the eclipse, I don't know if you picked up on it in the movie, but at the very start of the film, several objects are eclipsing the sun. Like the film opens up, like the sun.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and the buildings and stuff are eclipsing it, and it was actually pretty funny because I only found that out because of my mom, who long story, but my mom is pretty similar to your mom. When I explain things, she sees some stuff, but then other stuff she can't see. One person she really likes to listen to is Richie from Boston.
Oh God.
And I know
Doesn't she know he's a scamming retard? I mean, God. I just turned into his video like for the first time in 5 years, and he was still scamming, just telling bullshit stories to try and get donations. That guy's so pathetic.
Yeah, and I was trying to tell her the story about him lighting his computer on fire, like that story.
Oh my God.
You know, the cognitive dissonance. But anyway,
there's also the story of him doing 5 videos on how the car that crashed through my house is fake, and then he said he's going to come out here and kick my ass, and I said, please do. I'm going to roll your fat ass down. I used to live on a steep hill. I said I was going to roll him down the hill like a bowling ball. He never showed up. I wish it would have happened.
Yeah, he's a big clown, but he did point that out, and that helped me notice something about that. So, you know, the start of the eclipse, then the power outage happens in the film. Okay, so then now we have the eclipse coming up with a Fallout scenario, and the game Fallout, by the way, which is about nuclear fallout. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it releases just a few days after the eclipse.
Oh, there's a new Fallout video game. No, I know that's a popular video game series. I didn't know they had a new game coming out, though. Interesting.
Yeah, indeed. And about how you've been speculating, many others, including myself, that the next power outage or, you know, the next blackout's like the next 9/11, you know, what Janet Napolitano said. So both the 4/8 dates, so both the eclipse date, April 8th, and Obama's birthday, August 4th, they're a span of 119 days apart.
Okay.
Just like how, you know, Osama bin Laden taken out 19 weeks after Obama took office, all the 119s with Trump, very similar to the 9/11.
I'm just looking at Napolitano. Today, her birthday is the day leaving 32 days left in the year. Today's the 88th day of the year, so that means it's 120 days after her birthday. So 8 days from now is 128 days after Napolitano's birthday. Well, you East Coast people are a day ahead of me. It's still 8 days from now is April 5th. That's before the eclipse. Okay. But yeah, it was Napolitano in 2013 who said the next 9/11 is not if, but when. and it's the grid going down. So
Yeah, and those two dates 119 days apart. And yeah, also just one other thing. First, I don't know if you made the connection. I know you mentioned how it was 100 days after the Pope's birthday, but that also means it was 266 days before the Pope's next birthday.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, all those 266s, the Holy Roman Empire, Jesus Salmonum Salvador, 266. But in speaking of which, are you aware of the prophecy from Saint Archbishop of Malachi?
Say it again.
The prophecy from Saint Archbishop of
Oh, is that the one
Malachi.
about Pope Francis being the last pope?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
100 he
I
said
think I covered that
100
in my last book.
Yeah, he said 112 popes from then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. Yeah. If anyone doesn't know, like the 112 big numbers of the Jesuits, and also Trump has the 112 connection. Donald equals 112. But yeah, and so that was the Obama thing, and that's pretty much it. But also briefly,
Look at the hey, check this out. This was syndicated by Reuters about Janet Napolitano on April 8th, 2009. U.S. concerned power grid vulnerable to cyber attack. So it's going to be the 15th anniversary, the day of the eclipse, of this article.
Oh, really? Okay.
Again, power grid has the 128 in it as well. So does Smart City, which they want to rebuild.
Yeah. And also one small thing that I noticed that I think could maybe be part of a bigger equation. You know how in the film the Dark Knight Rises, where they blow up the bridge?
Right.
Yeah, so you know how 86 was super important to that film? Like how the
Hines
bridge
Ward, who
exploded?
finished his NFL career with 86 touchdowns and played for the Pittsburgh Steelers, where the first bridge collapse thing happened on 128 with Biden in town. Yeah.
Yeah, and Bruce equals 86, Christian Bale equals 86, Bane equals 86. You know, the shooting happened the same day. You know, the Aurora, Colorado shooting, Aurora, Colorado equals 86. The shooter, James Egan Holmes, equals 86. And it was actually a massive hint too at the Super Bowl for a few reasons. Because you know how James Egan Holmes, he was 24 years old, and 58 people were hit from the gunfire, both the Super Bowl numbers, and he also has the same birthday as Taylor Swift. And you know how Taylor Allison Swift equals 104, like it was the 104th season of the NFL? That shooting on the Dark Knight Rises was on the 104th meridian.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, and pretty much it wanted. Yeah, just wanted to point out with that Batman with that Batman connection. I noticed, you know, we've been talking about Batman and Trump for a while, but the next Batman film also it was originally on 58 date numerology, and then they changed it to also be on 58 date numerology. So it's now on October 2nd, 2026, which is 58 date numerology. And Robert Pattinson, who is the new Batman, he's also born in 86.
Huh.
So, yeah, I mean, you just see all those 86s with Trump saying he's Batman, Trump who's probably going to come back. We get this bridge collapse on the 86th day of the year, sync with the whole like Batman narrative when the shooting was all about 86 and everything else too. Like, just one more, they don't want to go on too much, but so you know how that film released July 20th, right? The anniversary of the moon landing happening.
Right.
So from the moon landing to inauguration day is exactly 666 months. And from when Trump announced he was running for the election, the 60th election, that was 666 days after his last full day in office. And
right.
Yeah, you know, Trump has a lot with 666, but have you really made the connection? You know how Trump said he was Batman at the Iowa State Fair?
Okay.
Yeah, and that was the same day, you know, that he announced he was running for the 60th election, and he had 60 court cases against him in Iowa.
I see.
Yeah, and then all the
Iowa
trillion sixties.
has that 60 connection too, like Donald Trump.
Exactly, an election day, 60-date numerology.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, pretty much it. And the 666 is too, like, you know, Sumerian, Batman 666. He said it in a helicopter, which is 666. New York 666. Trump is from New York, which is Gotham City. You know, next 9/11. Trump's so heavily synced with 119. But yeah, just putting that all. I hope it makes sense what I'm saying. Just you know, next
Yeah, again,
9/11.
Trump's going to turn 78, and Cleveland equals 78, like he's trying to become the second split-term president. Grover Cleveland was number 22 and number 24, and Trump announced in 2022 that he was running for the 2024 election. The other president with the 78 connection is Kennedy, who got assassinated in Dealey Plaza, which equals 54. And again, Melania's turning 54, and RFK Jr. got in the race in a 54, 144 ritual. And again, Melania did something years ago before she was with Trump, like kind of emulating. She's in a short little film, like paying tribute to the JFK assassination. I have to go back and figure out where that is, but I used to have that on a video on my own playing the clip. So yeah, so something big is definitely coming.
Yeah, and my brain short circuiting. That's pretty much yeah, next 9/11, how man. All right, having a brain freeze. Okay. Well,
It's
whatever.
okay. We'll leave it there. It's getting late.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on. Just wanted to point all that out, you know.
All right. Appreciate the additional information. Thank you.
All right. See you, Zach.
Right. Yeah, take care. All right. Yeah, it's getting late, True Seeker, especially if you're on the East Coast. It's after midnight out here on the West Coast. We're over 4 hours in the stream. And yeah. I do find it interesting. This article was 15 years to the day. 15 years to the day. We know what secret society allows 15 new members per year. You know, in light of being 4/8, let's not forget Illuminati equals 48. Illuminati also equals 120, like 120 is the 15th triangular number. And the Illuminati was founded on the first day of the 5th month, May Day, which is part of this ritual. But yeah, like I always say, don't live in fear, but just make sure, in case they do turn the power off where you are, that you got some stuff on hand so that you're not tripping. You got water, you got non-perishable food, you got first aid. You might need a protection device. If you don't like guns, maybe you can't get a gun for some reason at your state, get like a big can of bear spray. You could take some people out with some bear spray. You don't have to kill them, but they'll be blind. They won't be able to do nothing to you. But yeah, just make sure you have stuff in case they got plans. You know what I mean? In case they start trying to achieve the Georgia Guidestones sooner than we think. All right. DeMarcus Butler says, great show. Then it must have been. So does Father Time. All right, you guys. Yeah, let's leave it there. For all you East Coast people, get some rest. Nothing's more important than sleep. And we'll be back tomorrow. Until next time.